一下时间，好，OK。Good morning, everyone. My name is Fajar Soh, and with my partner, Raven An. We are the MCs for today. It is my honor to welcome you to the Asia Virtual Academy Conference 2025. The conference is about to start at 10 a.m. We provide tea and coffee for you at the registration table. Welcome to enjoy the refreshments anytime during the day. If you need to use the restroom, please turn left after exiting this conference room and go straight down the hallway, and you will see the restroom at your left-hand side.
Ladies and gentlemen, the conference will begin in 5 minutes. Please be seated and turn your mobile phone to vibrate mode or silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
The speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 Asia Virtual Academy Conference, STEM and the Social Sciences, Bridging Diverse Disciplines for a Sustainable Future at National University of Kaohsiung. It is our honor to have everyone in this room to participate in this conference. And now, let us welcome President of the National University of Kaohsiung, Dr. Chi-Ren Chen, to deliver the opening remarks.
Okay, distinguished speakers and colleagues and students, and both here with us in person and join online. Good morning. This is President Chi-Ren Chen. So on behalf of the National University of Kaohsiung, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 Virtual Academy Conference, co-organized with the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Thank you very much. And this year, we are honored to have distinguished speakers from our partner universities, including Hanba National University from South Korea, welcome. Institute of Aeronautical Engineering India, and Polytechnic University of the Philippines, and the Long Nam University from Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. Thank you very much. In addition, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our industrial partners from ASE Technology Holding Company. We will have our guests, the Director Cai Guozhong and the Manager Li Menghui. So they are on the roll. Thank you for joining us today. So I would like to also acknowledge our moderator, Dr. Xinghao Wu, Professor. He's a Vice President of our National University of Kaohsiung, and who will guide today's discussions. And we are privileged to have all of you here. Your contributions reflect the true spirit of interdisciplinary and international cooperation. The Asia Virtual Academy has continued to grow as a platform connecting partner universities across Asia. And I'm proud that this conference once again brings us together and to exchange knowledge, to strengthen collaboration, and to build a shared vision for a sustainable future. So thank you, and I wish everyone will have a meaningful and a successful conference. Welcome to Kaohsiung. Welcome to NUK. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, let me introduce the 6 speakers and honored guests for today's conference. Dr. Song Mao Wu, Dean, Office of Research and Development, National University of Kaohsiung, Taiwan. Second, Manager Meng Huilin, Compliance Manager, ASE Holdings, Semiconductor Industry Representative, Taiwan, which is still on her way. Third, Dr. Kim Song Kun, Vice President for International Affairs, Hanba National University, South Korea. Fourth, Dr. B. Padmaha, Dean, Career Development Center, Computer Science and Engineering, Institute of Aeronautical Engineering, India. Fifth, Engineer Fernando F. Estingor, Director, Polytechnic University of Philippines, Bataan Campus, Philippines. And number 6, Dr. Nguyen Ngoc Thuy, Associate Director, Office of Science, Technology, and External Relations, Nong Lam University, Vietnam.
After introducing the above speakers, today we also have some distinguished guests. Director Reggie Kai from the Chief Administration Officer Office, ASE Technology Holding Corporation, Taiwan, which is on his way in here. Dr. Xinghao Wu, Vice President of Administration Affairs, National University of Kaohsiung, also the moderators for today's conference. Dr. Xing Ru Lin, Dean of International Affairs, National University of Kaohsiung. Dr. Chuan Yao Chen, Dean of College of Engineering, National University of Kaohsiung. Dr. Ming Jiang Weng, Director of the EMBA Program, National University of Kaohsiung. Still on this way. At the same time, we welcome the speakers' families from India and the Philippines to participate in today's event. We are honored to have our distinguished guests from both overseas and local to join and support today's conference. To extend our appreciation to the speakers, let's invite President Chi-Ren Chen to present the certificates to today's speakers. Please come to the stage in order as the MC reads your name. After receiving their certificate, kindly remain on the stage for the final group photo. First, let us welcome Dr. Song Mao Wu to the stage. Next, let us welcome Dr. Ki-sok Kwon. Next, let us welcome Dr. B. Padmaha. Okay. Next, let us welcome Director Fernando F. Estingor. And next, let us welcome Dr. Nguyen Ngao Tui. Okay. And now, let us move to the middle of the stage for the group photo. Okay, thank you. Please be seated.
Next, we'll be taking the group photos of all the attendants for today. The photographer will take a group photo for us. Everyone, please look at the camera on the stage and have a smile. Thank you, everyone. Now, we are proceeding to the 6 speeches for today. Before the first event starts, please note that we have provided a link to Slido in the message column on our YouTube channel. Welcome the attendants on site or online to leave your questions for today's topics on Slido. Our speakers will answer your questions at the final QA session. Here comes the first speech. Let's have Dr. Song Mao Wu, Dean, Office of Research and Development, National University of Kaohsiung, to share his speech with the topic of semiconductor in NUK.
Okay. Everybody, nice to meet you. My name is Song Mao Wu, and I am the professor of Department of Electrical Engineering, and I am focused on advanced package. So I have advanced package technology center in NUK. So today I will introduce some semiconductor cooperation in NUK. This is my topic. Okay, next. Okay, you can see that in Taiwan have very advanced semiconductor supply chain from system to design. That's IC design, package design, the system design. So we have a very, very strong fab, like TSMC or UMC or Vanguard, like for foundries to 2 nanometer and for advanced semiconductor manufacturing. And we could see that this system PCB, that's a supply chain. We have some idea, might be some system or some applications like AI, like NVIDIA or AMD. So we have this system. We will provide the spec to the IC design team. That's we have a very strong IC design, and the foundries will provide the, so we call this is a process design kit to the IC design. Then we will finish the design and line to the foundries. We call that a surprise foundry list. That's very popular in the world. So this is foundries, and when we finish the manufacturing, then we will pass to the packaging. That's advanced packaging or traditional packaging. That's is possible. That's because we have foundry, and we will pass a chip proofing, and then pass to the package and the function test. Finalize to the system PCB. That's this is a traditional supply chain, but during the next 5 to 10 years, CoWoS, chip SOIC, that we call as a chiplet, is popular. That's an advanced package. So including the traditional supply chain, we have another company is rise in the world. That's that we call that interposer process, and another is high density interconnection and the PCBs. These two kind of supply company is very, very popular in this semiconductors. So this is now the semiconductors value chain is a whole industry value chain in the world. So we could see that this is a supply chain. So, sorry. Okay. So in this value supply chain, we have GUC, MediaTek, and Realtek in the world. And TSMC, UMC, AMD, that's for foundries. That's very, might be a 10 or top in the world. That's Keystone, MPI, CHPT, and Winway. SE, this for packaging, OSE, SPIL, MCO. That's for packages. MPI is a function test. That's a system PCB. That's a Lite-On. That's ESMO. And these are two kinds of advanced for panel or for advanced package. That's Innolux, SE. SE, not just only the package. They have including the interposer, advanced processing for CoWoS, CoPoWoS. That's very popular in advanced package. That's Zending technology and Unimicrons. Okay. So this key supply chain in Taiwan. We in south of Taiwan now we call the as recordings. That's okay. Southern high-tech is S corridors. That's we call this is South High Technology S corridors. In these S corridors, we could see that from Tainan through Kaohsiung and end in Pingtung, we have this S-type supply chain. NUK is in the center of the S corridors. In these S corridors, we could see that from Tainan and Kaohsiung, we have TSMC, we have Innolux, ChipMost. That's for foundry, for panel. That's a panel package or panel interposer. This is for display. That's like a car or for big display. This is for test. That's a Hanmin. This is the Hanmin testing. And in Kaohsiung, we have a TSMC near NUK. Might be or driving the car might be or 5 minutes. And this is a 2 nanometer processing fab. And we have SE. SE is the advanced package. And the OSE, that's with chip bump. NSP, Innolux. And the Zending technology in the Luzhu. And we have Winbang and WUS. WUS is for advanced substrate. That's laminate or build of the substrates. And the FastCon and the Lite-On. Okay, these high technology S corridors. During and basking these thousands of high technology S corridors in NUK, we integrate all of the department and provide some group of courses for NUK students. We provide the semiconductor. We have some resource for Tendo incubation resource. That's semiconductors for TSMC manufacturing process. That's for semiconductor process. And we have smart AI PCB. That's for Zending technology. And we have advanced packaging and testing. That's SE, OSE. Okay. So cooperation department, including this in here. All of the department in NUK is included in these cultures. Okay, so hope those could help our students could get strong knowledge and get a good job in the future. Okay, that's a snapshot, some snapshot with Zheng Ding, with OSE, with SE and the TSMC. We have we would co-work with TSMC. That's might be when they get some limitation, might be 11 or 12 cultures SE list. They will get a license. SE will provide the chance to visit and provide a job for our students. Okay. This is an education technology ecosystem in NUK. This NUK is in here. These are our students. That's a company. We hope we could see correlations for the common good for 3 ways. Okay. Okay, this is my topic in this session. And because I have another meeting in Taipei, so if you have any questions, maybe could send a mail to me here. Okay, thank you.
Once again, thank you, Dr. Wu. Okay. Since Manager Lin is still on her way, we will proceed by inviting our next speaker to the stage. Dr. Ki-So Kun, the Vice President for International Affairs from Hanbad National University, to share the speech with the topic of evolution and issues of university, industry, government collaborations in South Korea.
I'm really interested in the ecosystem for semiconductor here, so yeah, I'm gonna email to him. I'm gonna email to him. Okay. Yeah, the PPT file. Yeah. I have 40 minutes.
Yeah, 40 minutes.
Longer than other speakers. Yeah. Because I have many contents for presentation. Okay. My name is Ki-So Kwon from Hanbad National University in Daejeon, South Korea. The previous speaker talked about the ecosystem between university and industry. And today I'm going to talk about the university industry. Oh, where is the? Here?
We are going in the computer project.
So, yeah, I can see this.
Yeah,
this.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah. So, I'd like to talk about the university industry government collaboration in South Korea and Daejeon. So, the content is like this. I'm going to talk about some theory and concept about the university industry government collaboration and evolution of Korean UIG and some trend and also some historical factor about the Daedok Innopolis, Daejeon's R&D strategy. And finally, I'm going to get some lessons from the Korean university, Korean experience in UIG collaboration. So university, industry, government collaboration is a really important topic in the area of science and technology policy, and also technology policy and innovation policy. Yeah, so as you know, the knowledge-based economy already started, and also artificial intelligence is really important nowadays. So some theory has been developed in the area of technology policy, national innovation system, and technology triple helix theory. Triple helix means university, industry, government. And the mode 2. Mode 1 is the university and the industry are separated, but nowadays the university generate knowledge considering the application of their knowledge. And the second academic revolution. Second academic revolution is about the change in the 1980s. The United States allow the patents developed by the university, they can own the patent ownership. So in the United States, from the 1980s, they can earn money based on their patent. So that this is called as a second academic revolution. What is the first academic revolution? First academic revolution is, has happened in the 18th century in Germany. So the research has been emerged in the university. Before the 18th century, the research is out of the university. But after the 18th century, the research became one of the mission of the university. So this is about the, this is from the OECD report. So you can see that there is a government policy here, and there is a university, industry, government collaboration channel. This is a formal channel. This is an informal channel. So usually the informal channel is more important than the formal channel. So they call this is a tip of iceberg. This is very small. This is huge, but this is informal, so it's hidden in the structure. So based on this channel, we can see scientific paper. This is the most formal information, but know-how and expertise is more important than the formal collaboration. So when we do university-industry collaboration, we have to think the informal collaboration is really important. Mobility of researchers, co-publication, conferences, meeting like this is more important than the other thing. There is a really important some motivation and obstacles between the university, industry, government collaboration, because they have different intention when you do collaborate. So for example, university professors are more interested in the research funding, but industry, they need some practical output. So their motivation is a little bit different, and also culture is also different. So there is many difficulties when we do university-industry collaboration. So we have to consider the idiosyncratic. This is a very difficult word, but it's various characteristics of the environment. And as I mentioned, informal channel should be considered. So this is my hypothesis. This is not proven yet, but East Asian universities in Korea, Taiwan, Japan, they are more dependent on the state and then become an entrepreneurial university. So nowadays they are more independent from the state. They have to earn their own money. And then interaction with the other spheres, which means the interaction with the industry is stronger. But the Latin American model is they are more following the ivory tower. They are independence was more important, and then they want to be want to interact other actors in the innovation system. So this is my hypothesis, but yeah, maybe some other researchers can prove, add some evidences to this. So what about the Korean situation? So this is a very famous scholar, and Lin Soo Kim. He made some theory about the evolution of Korean innovation system. So imitation, creative imitation, and innovation stage. So industry policy and GRI, government research policy, and university policy has been harmonized according to the different stages. So at the initial stage, maybe the Taiwanese policy a little bit similar to this, I guess. So at the earlier stage, skilled technical labor was important. So at this stage, we want to provide, the university want to provide general education. But after taking up the economy, and then we need more qualified engineer. So university has expanded at this stage. And also, this stage, the government research institute like I3 in Taiwan, I3 in Korea, they support industry day-to-day problem. But now, in the 1980s, the Samsung and LG, they can do their own R&D. So Korean government developed the National Research National R&D Program, NRDP. So the government research do their own research considering the future demand, some infra technology. But after 90s, the creative knowledge has been important. So the graduate school, the master degree and doctoral degree has been important after 1990s. So Korean system has been developed according to these three stages. So considering these changes, the UIG collaboration also has been important. So as you see here, industry, university, and public research institute. University and public research institute provide R&D activity and technology to industry, and also university and PRIs also collaborate each other. Like in Taiwan, I3 and university has been a really strong partner for developing semiconductor industry. So what about the historical development of UIG collaboration in South Korea? So many programs, so New University for Regional Innovation, Brain Korea 21, and the Connect Korea. This is funded by the Ministry of Education in Korea. So Korean government put lots of money to university for collaboration with the industry in South Korea. And also Ministry of Industry and Communication, they also support regional university for collaboration in regional companies. So, and also the KIST is located in Seoul, and Korea University, they have a co-degree program. So by this kind of program, we, Korean government, encourage the collaboration between PRIs and universities in South Korea. So, and in Daejeon there is a Korea Innopolis Foundation and Technopark. So from the 2000, the mission, technology transfer and technology commercialization has been important. So they encourage the Government Research Institute in Daejeon, 25 public research institutes located in Daejeon, and then they stimulate the technology transfer from the public research institute to the industry. So after 2000, this is a really important government mission. And also many various funding program has been released from the 2000, encouraging university industry collaboration in South Korea. As you see here, this is a number of publications. So after 1990, the number of publication has been increased remarkably, because 1990s, as I mentioned earlier, previous slide, the PhD program has been strengthened after 1990s. So this is called first academic revolution in South Korea, 1990s. And also collaboration between university industry, university government, university industry, and industry government. So co-publication between different actors in South Korea. And there is a massive increase of the patent application from the university, and also commercialization and technology agreement, transfer agreement, and royalty income and royalty return rate has been increased 10 times during the 10 years period. But there is also some problem in South Korea. University is the top priority regarding the industry R&D funding, but the proportion has been decreased, which means that university is now more, they are not listening to the industry need in South Korea. That's the problem. And also, university research largely dependent on government funding. So, government funding, government research is an easy one compared to industry project. Because industry project, we need practical output. But government funding is the goal, and the output is not clear. So to university researcher, the government project is not difficult. So they are more dependent on government funding. And the proportion of industry funding has been decreased, which means that industry do, like Samsung and LG, they do their own R&D for survival in the global market. So that's the problem in terms of strong interaction between university, industry, government relation in South Korea. And also, compared to other countries, in university-industry collaboration, the ranking is very low from 2000. And industry funding to university also has been decreased. That's the problem. And also, industry proportion of funding to PRIs also, it was very high. So around 2000, industry can get some practical knowledge from the public research institute, but nowadays they are more dependent of in-house R&D in South Korea. So they are not, the dependency on the PRIs of the industry R&D has been decreased. That's the problem. So I can summarize the second chapter. The quantitative performance of UIG collaboration in South Korea quite remarkable. But the amount of industry funding of university and PRI has been decreased. So that's the problem we have now in South Korean system. Okay, this is the easy part. And some cases I can introduce. LINK project. This is supporting regional universities to collaborate regional industry, regional companies in Southeast area and Middle area and Southwest area in South Korea. So lots of money has been invested in South Korean universities to encourage. For example, based on this money, we can develop some co-teaching with the industry expert, attract to company, and then they make a curriculum together, and then they provide practical education, like in NUK. They attract ASE and TSMC here, and then they provide some practical experience for a university student And the RISE is a recent one. Last year, the LINK program has been integrated with other programs. RISE means Regional Innovation System and Education. So this is a really big project to encourage the university industry collaboration in regions. So this is effect and visions in South Korea. Okay, let's jump to the public research institutes. Like I3, we have a ETRI in South Korea. So ETRI has been important for electronic, I can say, if you called a phone and then they do automatically link between different phones 40 years ago. So this electronic device developed by the ETRI in Korea. And CDMA is a really important technology for the mobile phone. It's also launched by the ETRI in South Korea. And also DRAM also started from the ETRI, and then they transfer this know-how to Samsung and LG and the other big companies in South Korea. Yeah, many areas we have a really important collaboration between the public research institute and the companies in the 1980s and 1990s. So this is a summary of the third chapter. The formal and informal network in the region has been important based on Link Plus and RISE program by the government. And also government want to try to coordinate the collaboration between the three actors. And also nowadays the COVID-19 industry 3.0 and AI has been regarded as an opportunity and also threat in South Korea. This is about the, especially on the Daejeon, the city that my university located in. So Daedok Innopolis, this is a science park in South Korea. So as you see here, this area located in the middle of the west part of the Daejeon. So 25 public research institute located here. This is started 1973. So it's a Shinjuku, the name of Shinjuku in Taiwan, something like this. Yes, in Daejeon we have the science park. So this has been a really important knowledge provider from the 1970s to industry in South Korea. Nowadays they are more focused on the technology transfer to region and also all over the country in South Korea. So this has been, from the 1990s, the technology transfer has been important. So they changed their name, Daedok Innopolis from 2005. Before this period, they just management organization. They rebuild the building and fixing the building and cleaning the area. But from the 1990s and 2005, and the technology transfer has been formalized as a really important official mission of this organization. So this is some statistics of the Daedok Innopolis. And this is Daejeon. Daejeon's 5 strategy, A, B, C, D, QR. A, B, C, D, QR. Easy to remember. So aerospace, bio, and semiconductor and defense technology and robotics and quantum computing. This is a strategic industry of our city. Is the Daedok Innopolis located in our city. So the local government want to develop this area based on the collaboration with the Daedok Science Park and the universities in Daejeon, like our university and KAIST and Chungnam National University and other 8 universities in Daejeon, and also some IT companies in Daejeon. So lots of fund has been prepared for encouraging the collaboration between 3 actors in Daejeon. So they want to call this is as a K-Valley, like the valley in the US. Okay, this is the final, final summary. Lessons from the Korean experience in university industry government collaboration. So Korean model, Korean innovation model based on the 3 characteristics. First is a strong leadership of the government. Sometimes politically it could be expressed as a dictatorship, but the industrial policy, it was effective because they choose some strong company, and then they give resources to the company like Samsung and LG and Hyundai. So that's the way of we developed from the 1970s, 80s, and also market-oriented policy we did. So we send our company to the global market and then support them, Samsung and LG, by the banking system and also government funding. So that they don't care about it. They don't care, but they don't afraid of be failed in the global market because government support them. But they failed, and then they cannot survive in the domestic market and also as a company. So the Korean government doing a market-oriented policy for the survival in the global market. And also open innovation, so we attracted many technology from the outside and also researchers from the United States, and we send our students to United States and the European country. So the most important thing is the people. Is that we have a world highest college enrollment rate. Almost 80% of the high school students goes to university. This is also some problem. So some over-education has been mentioned by the specialist in the education policy area. So existing system and the new system. So from now on, until now, government-led system should be changed in private sector-led system. And also, we are very centralized system by the central government. So nowadays, we want to make some autonomous funding to local government. They can plan their own R&D technology, and then they can be specialized in their own way. So we want to set up a decentralized system in our country. And also from the manufacturing technology, we want to more focused on the fundamental technology. So this is the final slide. So what can we learn from Korean experience? So the state leadership, the government leadership is critical at the initial stage. But the later stage, the state should be hands off from the company. And the well-educated talent pool is really important, and the strategic selection of an industrial sector has been effective from the 70s and 80s. But nowadays, the situation is different. So we need more autonomy, and for the public research institute, still, the government is controlling the governmental institute, so that's the problem. And also, more stronger incentive we need. So as you see, the number of, not only the number of patent, but also the real knowledge share between the university and the industry and the government research is important. And also unilateral mobility. So the talented researcher in public research institute, they prefer to move to university for the autonomy of their research. So that's the problem. So we need to set up a good salary and other institutional incentive for the public research institute, I guess. So we are now trying to solve this problem. So that's the conclusion of my presentation. Thank you. How many minutes?
Around 30.
Thank you, Dr. Kitsokun. And now, before the third speech starts, let's have a short break for around 10 minutes. The third speech will start at 11:15. There are some snacks and tea at the side of the door. Feel free to help yourself with the refreshments. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 11:15 now, and we will be starting our discussion in 1 minute. So please return to the seat. Before continuing to the third speech, we would like to introduce the ASE Holding Corporation honored guests. So the first, we have Dr. Reggie Kai from the Chief Administration Officer Office, ASE Tech Holding Corporation, Taiwan. The second, we have Manager Meng Huilin, Compliance Manager, ASE Holdings Semiconductor Industry Representative, Taiwan. And for the second, the speaker for today. We would also like to invite Dr. Sing Hao Wu, Vice President of NUK, to present the Certificate of Appreciation to the speaker today. Okay. Next, we would like to invite Manager Meng Huilin to the stage and come with us.
Thank you, Manager Lin. And now, let's invite all the 6 speakers onto the stage to have a photo, have a group photo. Once again, thank you everyone. Please return to your seats. Now, let's have Manager Meng Huilin, Compliance Manager, ASE Holdings, Semiconductor Industry Representative, to share the speech with the topic of AI Development for Sustainable Semi-Industry via ASE Holdings.
Hi everyone, good morning. I'm Christina. And then can I know how to slide? Yeah, okay. Let me try it. It's not moving. 它好像不能 moving， 对不对？还在换这个。Okay, so hold on, because they are changing their computer connection. So everyone notice about why there is a connection between like a semiconductor and ESG topic? Anyone else? You guys have any information about this one? Okay, so since our PowerPoint is ready, So we are going to know it. Okay. Today, our topic is AI development for sustainability, semiconductor industry, and what AAC Holdings does. Okay. When we say AAC Holdings, we have three main subsidiary groups. One is AAC Inc. The other one is Spill Inc. The third one is USI, so the first biggest ERM company in the world. So AAC Holdings, we occupy like more than 70% of test and packing for semiconductor, for the wafer, IC, chip, kind of series one. And then we hold one, we occupy over than 17% in the world. So we are the leadest, they say. Okay, so you can see our agenda today. Like the first one is explore ESG importance in semiconductor section. And then two, we will review the GHG protocol emission standards. And then three, we will analyze future GHG reduction target. Because everyone noticed that there's a law, like 2050, we needed to get zero carbon emission, that kind of target, okay? Okay, maybe right now still, okay? Later, maybe they will change, okay? And then the four, we will do evaluate as AI law. What can they do? What's their function in sustainability practice? This process, how can we use it? And then we will discuss more comprehensive strategy for ESG goal by our company, our target. And then there's 6 parts. We will outline next step for implement, and then process and then conclusion. So it's very quickly, we can go to the first part. Okay. I'm trying to, here. Okay, so you can see the introduction to AI in semiconductor industry. Okay, there are 4 parts. You have to notice that the process automatizing, and prediction maintenance, and then the quality control and energy management. How can we say we can make the process optimizing? You guys heard about digital twin? Yeah, you just monitor some models in the computer science, and then we just transfer that kind of a result to the real world, and then we become to real running manufacturing process, which means digital twin. So we are using that kind of things to do our production line, and then all our manufacturing line. So it's not only save time, it's save energy, okay? And then, of course, cost down, except for the software cost, okay? Okay, and then you can predictive maintenance. When are you going to maintenance your motor? If you know the motor, they have life cycle, like 7 years to 10 years to 15 years, or there's some assets they changed, or the sounds very bad, or battery is gone. We can predict that kind of things happened, and then we will do predictive models, and then we will fix it before it's broken. Okay, so it's very interesting. Okay, so we call it predictive maintenance, okay? And the third one is quality control. Whenever, think about it, whenever we have Six Sigma in industry, you guys know about it, quality, okay? This kind of things, like, you have 1,000, and I think 1,000, 100,000, yeah. You just have a 6 piece can be wrong there. Now we are going to 3 Sigma. Just like 100,000, you can only have 3 broken. So which means what? You promote your quality, but you don't waste any cost by AI detection, because they will know all the processing line and every step. What kind of data they can help with the manufacturing to do the right thing. So we will minimize our cost of quality control. So when quality up, and then the more and more benefit will come inside. Okay, so you can see the energy management. We also using AI because companies can apply this energy consumption. Like there's peak hour for every company or peak hour for every country, like summer. When you meet a peak hour of electricity, how can you do? You will have a saving power. Pool there, they can help you to reduce the peak hour. Why we needed to reduce peak hour? Anyone can ask me here? Oh, you raise your hand? I'm kidding. Okay. Because peak hour, they charge us twice. So we don't want to pay too much, or we don't want to increase our cost of our manufacturing. So you will have your saving power beside with your factory. The kind of saving power is like from AI models. Okay, so whenever you see the peak hour is going there, before there, your electricity from the other saving storage, they will come up, and they will make up it, and then they will make the peak hour become smoothly, so you don't need to pay more to the government. So which AI do? It's very interesting. Okay, if once you study for this one, you will know more about it. Okay, so the second page. Here, why ESG topic is so important to semiconductor? Because we waste a lot of electricity. Okay, I'm sorry, it's not waste. We use a lot of electricity in our industry. Okay, so you see, we needed to reducing the emission, and we needed to resource optimization, and we needed to compliance tracking. So which means what? When our building of our manufacturing line is going up, we needed to provide more chips packaging to our customer. And then we need more electricity. But we still needed to reach those three targets. How can we do? AI can help with that. Okay, so you see, they can reducing emission because sometimes this room's temperature, they just needed to keep it in 26 degrees. Not 24, not 25, not 23. So we can monitoring these buildings every control point, monitoring the real time, their temperature, and its kind of electricity consumption. We're just reducing it. And reducing it, you can just reducing the emission, right? Okay, let's send us in our factory. It's not running 24 hours, it's good for factory. Sometimes they will shut down, right? They will need to maintenance, and they will need to switch to the different production line. So at that one, we can do the resource optimization. So if you guys, I think Paul know about that. ISO 5001, right? PDCA. We use that to find all the consumption, the most consumption electricity power part, and then to modify it. For example, we will start from the motor or some, very exhausting power position, and then we will change it. And then when we modify it, the motor will reduce 30% of the company electricity cost. And then later, we will find the other things. Like in this building, what else we can reduce the electricity emission? Okay, so we say it's PDCA, it's recycle. And then the other one is compliance tracking. We can utilize AI for a real-time, real-time monitoring. Suppose adherence to ESG regulations. Which ESG regulation is a lot, including a lot, okay? Like you see the 70 goals there. You guys saw the squares there. Okay, the first one, no one will get hungry, like no property or something like that one. I think it's not a talking or something we just mentioned about. It's a realizing thing we are doing right now. Okay, so you can see the compliance tracking. We can ensure transparency. All the reduction of electricity or all the waste of emission, carbon emission, we can use AI to really transparent monitoring. Okay, so it's very accountable and then it's good for our stakeholders. Okay, they like to heard about it. Okay, so it's good for your company stock pricing and good for everyone because we are living in the earth. And then also, you can see the second one, understanding GHG emission standards, okay? It's a data occurrence, okay? And then a standard of compliance because it's based on ISO 14064 for transparent emission report. And then it's performance metrics. So there's a lot of utilizing KPIs to evaluate your emission, performance, and the sustainability process. And then 4, you can know a high cost responsibility like us. We are not the men who are really manufacturing in the factory. We are the men who are sitting inside, in front of the computer to see all the electricity occupation and how can they going through, and then how can we control it down. And there's peak hour, there's announce, and then we will talk about it. Okay, so it's our responsibility. We needed to reduce it. We needed to build up a reducing strategy and methodology for them to tell them how to do it. Okay, that's why we're doing that, like this one. Okay, so the law of TCFD, I won't say too much here because it's one of the law of the climate change, and then we needed to comply with our, topic of 2050, and it's one of the way to do that, to do this way, to reach this target. Okay, so ISO standard also, they have protocol, they have compliance, they have transparency, they have monitoring. The best one is they have audits. You have to conduct your regular international audits to ensure there's standards. Every factory, they meet our standards. Okay, that's what our ESG department doing. Okay, they're doing every year, and they're doing to provide such report to S&P, Dow Jones, or a lot of things. Okay, like our RBA or international institution. Okay, so you can adopting the greenhouse gas protocol. Okay, so you will set up your target first. Okay, your target first, and then you will say, okay, 2030, I will reduce my carbon emission to at least 30% of. It's a setting target. Okay, and then we will data collection. We will make sure every factory during their manufacturing process, they have data collection, and then calculate the emission. We will state by state. Okay, there's one line, but we have 10 machines and then 10 staff, and we needed to calculate each of them how much carbon emission they produce, and then we can finish the ones 16,067. That kind of ISO standards, okay? So you can see track progress, okay? And then you can make your stakeholder engagement. They will know, they will understand what are you doing and then what are you trying to do, okay? So there's a lot of ESG fundings coming. You guys notice about that? Like banking law all over the world. Let's say if you don't do ESG, then you don't have fundings. So it's very interesting. It's an ecosystem, okay? So you will find a global trend here, and then you will refine GHG management strategy for ongoing enhancement. Okay, it's very important. So you will see here. Here's the other industry. We are using this to prediction what kind of relationship between the stock price with ESG performance. But I cannot put my company information here, so I put the other companies, okay? But it's still public, okay? So you can see, it's there day by day, their stock pricing. And then there's like, you know, the top 4, the top 5 LCD manufacturing in the world. And then we use LSTM or ARIMA model to make a prediction model. And you will see that, okay, if you're running ESG, your LSTM and ARIMA model, they will comply with this testing model. Okay, whenever we build up the testing model, we do the next one. We do the like, you know, prediction. Okay, sorry, Samsung, BOE, and then the same. So whenever you do after your patent, you can make prediction in the future. Okay, so you will know the stock pricing relationship between ESG and our company stock pricing. Okay, it's very interesting, but I don't see other people do such research, right? Okay, that's the reason my partner invited me to go to Korea to have a January, you know, something like, you know, report to their January. And then you can see, okay, the first one, we are global company, so we needed to follow up the GHG emission by 2030. And we are the leading industry. So of course, we have to establish semiconductor industry wide standards, okay? And then we needed to make our corporate, individuals corporate strategy to meet GHG protocols. For example, in here, the green power is very super crazy expensive. Okay, in China, okay, it's super cheap. Because they plant a lot of, you know, LCD in their desert. So there's no reason for them not using green electricity. But like Taiwan, we are small island. How can we do? I don't know. Maybe make our nuclear, you know, factory come back to fill our you know, our electricity leakage. I don't know. But it's worse law, right? So we cannot change it. And then you can see there's operational. You will optimize your energy consumption and integrated renewable energy solution. That's what I'm talking about. If here renewable power is very expensive, what can we do? The next step, maybe there's world trade. We can reduce it. But right now, it doesn't happen yet. But I believe in the future will. Okay? So we are trying to focus on the 2030 sustainability targets. Okay, so you will evaluate the current GHG emission levels, and you will set targets, just like I mentioned above, and you will use your AI integration then, and then you will mind the way evaluation, and you will have your renewable energy, and then increasing sourcing of a renewable energy option, and you will compliance check. You will check whether the EU accepts such reduction. You know, it's not just like everyone recognize your renewable certificate is really legal. So you needed to find a legal way to grab such legal wave. And your country have a very good country relationship with the EU or American, the United States, and they can discuss. Okay, so that will be the next one, just like a final judgment. And then you will know how much I needed to buy renewable, how much I needed to reducing my electricity consumption, how much I needed to build up a battery company. Okay, okay, it's a very interesting topic. And then you can see AI's role in enhancing sustainability. The first one is energy optimization, which I just talked about the others. Okay, look at this one. There are a lot of sensors. They're located. Where are they? And then their sensor will connect to PLC. PLC will connect to our computer system, and we can collect those data and then computing them. And then we will predictive. How can we maintenance it? And the best one, the best part, most important one, just like, think about it. You don't call it prediction. You call it decision tree making. Okay? Help your boss to decide which way is the right, is right, is wrong. Okay, so we say we are decision tree making. Okay, so we just help our boss to make a decision, and we put the right data there. They can choose one. Okay, it's not prediction only. It's making them to do right decision. Okay, so you will see there's problem fast, there's solution offer, there's benefit, all about AI on GHG monitoring. So there's KPI of our company. You can see we needed to decline our emission 25% target by 2030. Okay, we needed to use our water resource management, and then at least optimize 52%. And we needed to make our waste and recycling to increase to 61% at least. And we will, our REC utilization. And then we needed to promote sustainability in energy consumption for 42%. So that's why I'm talking. We needed to set up the target first, and then we go to the target by AI models, by any ways we can do it. Yeah, like the last professor just mentioned about it, Kong, all right, Dr. Kong just said like, quantum computing. I have been saw it like 8 years ago in the United States. They have a big laboratory for less already. And who's invested in it, Samsung. Whole Stony Brook, they have a lot of buildings donated by Samsung. So it's a very good, interesting. And then so it's our AI development for manufacturing. So you will see there's a lot of tank here. Okay, it's skinning and then recycling, and then we will have some equipment task, and then we can do some biological inside, and those data will cooperate with COD sensor, and then we will use this sensor to use our AI model to defection it, and then the filter. Okay, we will use CF filter and CF cleaning, and then after this one, we can know when we can put the manufacturing or biotechnology or some antibiotic something like that, and then we can put it into clean water, recycling 5 times. Think about it. If we don't have enough water, and then we need using the water, every drop, we needed to use 5 times. Just like this way. Okay, so we use the AI model to reach this target. And then you will see, here is our development for manufacturing. Actually, last year, yeah, we win the greenhouse factory, which means no one needed to work inside. And still working by automatically. Okay, so we have one building, we earn this one. So it's very interesting. If think about it, there's this production line, there's no one here, and they're still helping you to make money. Why not? Okay, it's AI function, but people still very important because they were sitting in front of the computer to see what's wrong there. They will still do the real-time monitoring, okay? So adopting climate strategy with AI. So you will energy, like, you know, we just repeat again, energy optimization and predictive maintenance and supply chain management. The supply chain management is very important topic here because after you ask them, they will help with you to reducing your scope 3 or 4 emission. It's very huge, including delivery, transportation, their production. It's all into your, you know, your carbon footprint. Okay, so you need to control your supply chain, and then you can see, okay, you needed to conduct energy audit. You needed to do optimize production schedule, and you have to enhance monitoring system. And there's task, action step, and timeline and impact. Okay, so once you all on the way, you can give your own self is a green light. But once you lose your way, each item, there will be yellow, there will be red light. Okay, so use this control table to remind yourself you are on the way, okay, to reach the target, okay? So case study in AI implement. So you can see still, the first one, you have to do data collection. The second one, you have to do AI integration. And then you have to do AI analysis and AI prediction. And then you have to do transformation operation, like a predictive, and then optimization, and then monitoring and automation. So it's very interesting. It's just like a series after 2015, the 4.0 industry revolution. Okay, so you were predictive and then optimization and monitoring, automation, everything just like this way. Every country, it happens. India, Indonesia, Philippines, and then the United States and Germany also. They are the leading, okay? So you will see the last part here. Okay, it's our trouble, our boarding members, okay? Like Daniel, Jason, Tian Wu, and Jeffrey Chen, and then Andrew and Chin Wen Tai, Spios chairman, and then our CEO, and then our really holdings, our real big boss, and then here is our CAO, my big boss. Okay, okay. So they are going to comply with all ESG regulations and committees and push whole group to go to the right way. Okay, using such AI. Okay, so let me. Okay, I think the last 2 pages. Okay, so still identify key area for your AI. And then step 2, you have to establish baseline. Like for example, your baseline is 2015, 2025, and everything in the future, they will compare with the baseline. And then for 3, you need to use the AI tools to enhance data collection, because most of the data collection is garbage. After you filter it, after you separate their category, and you can collect the data. Okay. Also feed them some characteristic, and then they will become useful data. Okay. Okay. No battery. Oh, okay. Coming back. You see? Peak hour. So we can adjust all the time your strategies. You remember, there's no one or no rule cannot be adjusted. Okay, we are over 1.5 degree already. So according to COP30, we're going to do the right way, but we're reducing some responsibility at the same time. Okay, so you have to see the step 6. Okay, you just reporting your customs and refine ongoing improvement plans. Anything you got a judgment. Okay, so points is 1. First one, you needed to be very transparency. Point 2, you needed to engagement. Point 3 is needed to be reporting to your board. And then point 4, you are collaboration with other people, with your supply chain, not yourself only, because power is not enough, okay? And then inside, you have regulatory needs, and then you have market trends. And then you have technology advanced, just like I mentioned about digital twin, it's incredible. Have you ever operated digital twin by yourself? Yes, I do, because I'm working in Siemens. We do it a lot. I can monitoring all the things there. I can fit them on any data. I can find the base models. That's what we doing, right? Yeah, we have to try to find the best production or best benefit by our calculations. So it's very interesting. There's a long-term impact. Okay, it's a long-term impact. So you needed to find the target one and make it promotion. And next step, you find the second one, weakness. And then you make a promotion again. And third one and fourth one, recycling. Until there's no weakness you needed to improve. Okay, which is like 2030 or something. So thank you for your guys, listening. It's my presentation. And then any questions for this one? If no, I'm leaving.
Once again, thank you, Manager Lin.
Thanks to our speakers for sharing the inspiring topics with us in the morning. So I believe that everyone must be a little bit hungry when you're listening to the topic. I'm glad to announce that it is now the lunchtime. The afternoon session will start at 1 a.m. So I would also like to ask the attendants on site or the online to leave the questions for today's topics on the Slido that is provided for you. The speakers will answer your questions at the final Q&A session. So we have prepared delicious lunch boxes for the attendants. You can have lunch either in the conference room or for takeout. Please enjoy our lunch. Our staff members at the door will be glad to help if needed. Bon appétit.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is almost 1 p.m. now. Our afternoon session is about to begin in 5 minutes. Please finish your food and use the restroom before going back into the conference room. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope the lunch buffet tastes good and ready to resume to our afternoon schedule. For the fourth session, let's have Dr. B. Padmaha, Dean Career Development Center, Computer Science and Engineering, Institute of Aeronautical Engineering, to share the speech with the topic of AI for Sustainable Societies, Integrating Human-Centered Design, Ethics, and Social Science into Intelligent Systems. Let's welcome Dr. B. Padmaha.
A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries, respected organizers, and my dear participants. It is a privilege and a heartfelt honor to be with you at 2025 Asia Virtual Academic Conference on STEM and the social sciences, bridging diverse disciplines for a sustainable future. I extend my sincere gratitude to the National University of Kaohsiung and Polytechnic University of the Philippines for graciously hosting this remarkable platform for global academic exchange. Today's gathering reflects a collective aspiration to imagine and build a future where science, technology, and human values reflect or coexist harmoniously. My talk, AI for Sustainable Societies, where we integrate human-centered design, ethics, and social sciences to build intelligent systems. Now, let us start with the rise of AI. As everyone knows, AI is the fastest growing technology in human history. And let us see briefly some of the key points in the global AI market. So, according to the recent global AI market, we are projecting out to reach 1.8 trillion USD by 2030. And most of the organization, more than 70% of the organizations are now adapting with AI to improve their productivity, decision making, and customer engagement. So 40% of the workplace tasks are now automated through AI. And if you are following human-centered AI, then that boosts your trust level by nearly 60%. And the most important problem, that is, in our daily life, we are using ChatGPT a lot. But have you ever thought how much carbon dioxide it is emitting? So AI, by building the AI agents, it can help you to reduce 4% of your global carbon dioxide emissions. And it will also help in other sectors like in agriculture, in building smart energy systems. It can lower down your energy consumption by 20 to 30%. Now, AI in healthcare, it can prevent up to 10 million deaths annually according to a report by WHO. And in the education sector, AI is growing 45% per year. It is enhancing the personalized learning. Similarly, it improves the natural disaster responses accurately by 40%, which is supporting safer, resilient communities. More than 80% of the leaders believe that AI must be guided by an ethical framework. Inclusive AI reduces the algorithmic bias by 45%. So, these are some of the key points that how AI is rising in every sector, not only from manufacturing to healthcare to agriculture. In all the sectors, AI is rising. And let us quickly see who are the top 10 global countries who have the highest budget allocation for AI in 2025. Now, starting with United States has invested more than 470 billion USD in AI in 2025, and it has secured its position as a global leader in the field of technology. Very large technological companies like Google, Amazon, Microsoft, they make substantial contribution to this investment, propelling the development in generative AI, machine learning, and natural language processing. China continues to be a major player in AI in the year 2025 by investing a large sum of money to develop the AI capabilities. The Chinese government has set up National AI Industry Investment Fund to support early stage of AI innovation and commercialization. Now, the major companies, the major tech companies of China like Alibaba and Baidu, they have focused on developing the major AI systems in healthcare, in autonomous vehicles and smart manufacturing. Similarly, UK is in the third position with respect to the investment that they have done in the AI sector. Now, the UK's very famous research organization, Alan Turing Institute, has received a fund of £100 million, which is the highest this year, to improve data science and AI innovation skills. Similarly, Canada and Israel are making significant contributions in implementing their strategic plans to firmly establish themselves as a global leader in AI by 2025. So, followed by Germany, European Unions, and last but not the least, our country, India, has also started the India AI mission to improve the infrastructure in AI computing, encouraging research and development, advanced AI applications in the field of education, healthcare, and agriculture. So, this is the top 10 countries who are making the highest budget allocation for developing different AI agents in 2025. Now, let us understand how AI is changing the world. Everyone knows that AI is the fastest growing technology. It is reshaping our world. It has a profound influence on healthcare and education and also transportation. Everywhere we are using AI. You know that chatbots are at the commonplace. AI generated arts are everybody is using. Prompt engineering is nowadays an essential skill for everyone. According to Stanford AI Index report shows that the adoption of AI has increased from 55% to 78% in 2025. Now, you can see in the picture that by 2030, how AI can change, how AI will change the world, starting from making films, wiping out humans, elderly care, or clever as humans, or illness prediction. Everywhere AI will be adopted. So you can simply say that AI will change the world surely. Now, the concept of sustainable AI, why it is needed. If you leave the development of AI as it is, then how harmful it is. So sustainable AI refers to we have to practice and develop the AI systems in such a manner that it will minimize the environmental, social, and economical impact. Now we need to understand what is these three aspects and where AI should be controlled by humans, but AI should not control the humans. Humans should control the AI system. Okay? Now, let us talk about what are the key aspects of sustainable AI. So there are four pillars of sustainability. One is environmental sustainability, social sustainability, economic sustainability, and ethical sustainability. These are the four pillars of sustainable AI. And let us understand these four pillars through one real-time example. As everyone knows, Google has the largest AI-based data center cooling system is there. Now, Google has deployed one AI system with the help of DeepMind it has developed to optimize the cooling operations in its data centers. Typically, which consumes enormous amount of electricity. Now, how it demonstrates different types of sustainability. Now, coming to environmental sustainability. Now, the Google's data cooling system, the AI agent, reduced the energy consumption by 40% significantly. It has cut down the carbon emissions and lowering down its power consumption. Now, for economic sustainability, the lower energy consumption has translated or saved $1 million of money for Google, and which is a direct economical benefit for the company. Similarly, coming to social sustainability, more efficient data centers, they reduce the pressure on the local power grids. So it will help the communities to experience the fewer power shortages and prompting responsible resource consumption. So these three types of sustainability are maintained through an AI system developed by Google, so which has reduced the power consumption, which has helped them to save $1 million of money for economic sustainability and also reduce the power shortage, which has helped people in the social sustainability aspect. Now, there is one more sustainability which is very important, that is called ethical sustainability. Now, what do you mean by ethical sustainability? To understand ethical sustainability, a number of aspects are given over here. So, out of that, some of the aspects we'll discuss with real-time example. So, first one is called transparency and explainability. So, what is this point? Now, if I'll talk about the Google data center example where they are using the cooling system. So, Google ensures that the AI decision, that is the cooling settings, what they use in the Google data center should be monitored and reviewed by the human operator. That means AI cannot take all the decisions on its own. So, the human operators need to monitor all the parameters and it should be reviewed by the operators. This prevents that the black box behavior of AI will not work and it has to be monitored by a human, so it promotes human oversight, which is a key ethical principle. Second one, coming to safety and reliability. Now, if you come to safety and reliability feature, then the AI systems are designed in such a manner that will never exceed the safe operating principles in a data center, and it avoids taking any action of its own, and which will have risk in equipment damage or service disruptions. All the decisions has to be taken by the operators who are taking care of this AI system. That means AI cannot take its own decision whenever there is any safety measure needed. So, and the third one that we will discuss about is privacy and data protection. Now, the cooling optimization AI system uses the performance data, but it cannot use any private users' data over here. So, it supports that there is minimum privacy risk is involved along with the ethical guidelines for data protection. Now, whenever you are designing any AI system, humans should be in the loop. That all the control we cannot give to the AI system automatically. So, all the operations should have a control, and all the humans can override any AI decision. That means it supports the accountability feature, that human oversight is required. So, it prevents that the system cannot make any autonomous your high-risk decisions it cannot take. Human has to make a decision over the AI's decision. Now, one more important factor is the responsible use of resources. This is the ethical use of resources. That because if you are talking about a data center, it requires large amount of water, it radiates or large amount of energy emissions are there, carbon dioxide emissions are there. So by reducing the energy waste, AI supports the global climate change goals and responsibly use of the resources. This demonstrates that there is ethical stewardship, ensuring that the technology doesn't harm any communities or future generations. Now, what are the approaches for sustainable AI? Sustainable AI is an approach that focuses on two major dimensions, whether it is AI for sustainability or sustainability of AI. These two important parameters we need to discuss. So, AI for sustainability means you are using AI to solve a number of sustainability problems like the optimization of energy uses or reducing the carbon emissions or predicting the climate patterns, or you are doing precision agriculture or in healthcare. So this is the uses of AI to solve sustainability problems. But the important thing that we have to discuss now, the sustainability of AI, making AI itself sustainable. That means how much you will reduce the energy consumption during model training, or whether you are going to build green data centers, whether you are avoiding the bias in different processes, or whether you are making a transparent systems or a safer AI systems, that is more important these days. So AI itself must follow sustainable principles, no doubt, but sustainability of AI is also necessary. Now, why sustainable AI is more important here? Now, let us discuss about AI models consumes huge energy. Everyone knows that like the ChatGPT kind of models, GPT kind of models requires thousands of GPTs are running for weeks. So, which produces the carbon dioxide which is equivalent to several cars running for years, which is very huge and a harmful situation for the world. It is a very alarming situation for the world. Similarly, Google's DeepMind is there, which will do the model training of the GPT models, which consumes megawatts of electricity. So, which is a driving demand nowadays for considering or for generating renewable power resources. Similarly, the second aspect is bias or misuse in AI can harm the users or communities. Let us understand this through an example. Like, for example, earlier the Amazon hiring system was there. Amazon's AI-based hiring system was there, which was discontinued. After showing that, it shows bias against the gender. So, because that Amazon hiring system was developed on the biased data. So, it was showing a bias against women due to its wrong historical data. So, that was discontinued. So, this is also harmful that we should not misuse, or AI should not show any bias in its use. Similarly, let us talk about one more example of bias where facial recognition systems are there. Sometimes the facial recognition system misidentify darker skinned individuals at a higher rate, so which will lead to wrongful arrest also. Similarly, loan approval systems, many people they use. So in our day-to-day life, if the loan approval system is trained on biased financial historical data, then it may reject many applicants by taking a loan. Similarly, your healthcare models are there. If your healthcare models are trained with some limited data sets, then it may unnecessarily diagnose the diseases which is not present with that patient. So it is also very harmful that how you make use of an unbiased or how you prepare an unbiased AI system in all these sectors. Now, similarly, if you talk about the third one, rapid adoption of all these AI systems requires your ethical, legal, and societal alignments. That means everybody knows that nowadays self-driving cars are very popular, but do it comply with the safety regulations to avoid any kind of accidents and ethical dilemma? Now, AI in classrooms are used these days, but is it ensuring that it is privacy protected? That is, student data is protected. Similarly, AI surveillance systems are used everywhere. Now, these surveillance systems should not be misused by the authorities who operate it. So, there are many concerns regarding the sustainable AI. Now, let us discuss what is the impact of AI on sustainable development goals. As you know that SDGs, very popularly we call it as SDGs, were born at the United States Conference in 2012. The main motto was to produce a set of universal goals to meet the urgent environmental, political, and economic challenges facing our world. So, those challenges, those goals were refined in 2020 and we call it as Millennium Development Goals, MDGs. In 2020, it was refined as MDGs to tackle the indigeneity of poverty. Now, what are the sustainable development goals which are categorized into these three, that is society-related activities and economic-related and the environment-related SDGs. So you can see here in this diagram, SDG 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, and 16 are related to societal sustainability. Thus, these 5 SDGs, 8, 9, 10, 12, and 17 are related to economic sustainability. And these 3, 13, 14, and 15 are related to environment sustainability. Now, let us discuss about what is the direct and indirect effects of AI on SDGs. So, let us understand through one example here that you can see here that very highly impacted and with major and minor ripple effects are there with some of the sustainability SDGs, and some sustainabilities SDGs have indirect effects. Let us talk about quality education, that is 4, so SDG 4. Now, what do you mean by a ripple effect? Let us understand through SDG 4. SDG 4 is related to quality education. That means if you will achieve this goal by providing better education, then what other SDGs it is impacting. Okay. Now, the SDG 4, if you provide better education, then it reduces poverty, that is SDG 1. It reduces poverty, that it has indirectly having high impact on SDG 1, that is poverty. Second, it provides you better health outcomes, that is SDG 3. If people are educated, then it has direct impact on their health system. And if people are educated, SDG 4, then it has direct impact on the gender equality, that is SDG 5. SDG 5, it has a medium impact, that gender bias should not be there if they are educated. And similarly, it has very high impact. If people are educated, it has very high impact on SDG 8, which is your country's economy will grow. So if you will achieve this SDGs, which will have a direct and indirect ripple effects and also high and low impacts on your system. So this is a small example of how AI will have impact on the SDGs. Now, next is, in today's world, we are discussing more about AI for sustainable societies. Now, what type of intelligent systems you are going to build so that it will respect human values, it will follow ethical principles, and it will reflect your deep social understanding. And so that from the AI system, what you are building, people will get benefited, and communities will get benefited, and the whole planet will be benefited. These are the three major aspects of making sustainable societies with the help of AI system. Now, behind these sustainable societies, what technology is lying? So, if you look at this diagram, then how we have evolved in technology. Earlier, we used to have the products, or you can say the development was technology-centric. Then we moved on to user-centric. Then at present, we are in the human-centric level. And in future, this is our future-centric AI that is going to be developed, not now. Now, what is these four categories? Let us understand. Then further, we will move on to human-centric AI. HCAI is very popularly known as. What is human? First, technology-centric. What is technology-centric? Every home in 20 years or 30 years ago, we used to have a refrigerator in our home. Okay? That was simply technology-driven, which was made as a cooling system without bothering about whether user will use it or not. That was simply technology-driven. Then user-centric came into picture. That is, by adding, suppose you have some products in your refrigerator, so where you can add some expiry date. So it will automatically give you notification that some products are expired in your refrigerator, you can throw it out now. So that was user-centric, that some kind of alarming was given to the user that was helpful for the people. And the third one is human-centric. So how will you design a human-centric refrigerator? For example, you can consider designing a smart refrigerator app. You can build a smart refrigerator app with some simple visuals for elderly people, that these are the items which is there in your refrigerator, so that it will avoid or reduce some stress level for them and some confusion, what is there inside or what is not there inside. With some visuals, you can make an app and help the elderly people, which is human-centric. Similarly, in your future-centric, the same refrigerator, you can make it as a smart fridge. You are compatible with your future goals. That is yet to be developed. So let us discuss about what is this human-centered AI and how it is related to sustainable societies. Now, we have only three important parameters, that whatever the technology that comes into this generation, that it should prioritize or respect the human needs, values, and capabilities. So these three things must be at the core of the design and operation. So you should discuss about the human abilities and well-being rather than replacing the whole human roles itself from your AI system. So AI cannot replace the humans. It can assist the humans only. So it should also address the ethical, social, and cultural implications. So what is, in short, human-centered AI is nothing but you build the technology in such a manner that serves the people, it protects the people, and empowers the people. It should not take people's job or people's role itself. I hope it is understood. Now, for human-centered AI, let us discuss one example. For example, you are making an AI system for a driver or AI agent for a driver. So, who is your user? User is a passenger. So, it helps the user to drive your car safely, or the operating conditions are very smooth for the users. But who are the other stakeholders who are directly affected by the AI system that the passengers are using? You have made an AI system for the passenger, but the other stakeholders are the pedestrians. If it is not following the safety guidelines, not considering the pedestrians and other drivers, then there are chances that accidents may occur. Similarly, it should abide by the society rules, the different traffic patterns, and it should not create unemployment. Similarly, if you consider about you have developed an AI system for a judge, then who are the other stakeholders? If instead of a judge, your AI system is taking the decision for a particular case that you are fighting. So, who are the victims? Who are the other stakeholders? That the victim, the different families involved, the defendant, these are the society. If a wrong judgment will come by the AI system, then these many stakeholders and society people will get affected by this. So, you should build any AI system with these 4 values. It should have fairness and lack of bias. It should provide social security. It should be user-focused designed, and it should have ethical implementations. So, these are some of the applications. I have just listed it out that where AI is popularly used these days. One is healthcare, human resources, education, cybersecurity, renewable energy, and building sustainable society. Now, out of all this, now our concern is on ethical AI more. So, what is ethical AI? How to design an ethical AI system? So, in human-centered AI, okay, technology comes into picture, but who are the other people? They have a role in building the AI system. Suppose, if I am making a AI system, then these kind of people have, like, let us talk about an healthcare example. If you are making a healthcare example, then psychologists come into picture, the ethicists come into picture, and the domain experts or the doctors come into picture. So, these kind of people should also be involved while designing an AI system, so that your human-centered AI follows ethical principles, it is transparent, it is explainable, it is accountable also. So, your human-centered AI aligns with ethical AI guidelines so that it respects human rights, fairness, diversity. All these principles must be involved while designing an human-centered. Now, let us talk about what is the difference between the traditional AI and human-centered AI. Now, the traditional AI was technology driven only. Now, but here human first design. Human needs, the rights, the ethics, everything comes into picture. You have to make your AI as human centered. Okay? In traditional AI, the effort was make an automated machine which will replace the human efforts simply. Okay? You are basically automatizing the things which was laborious and humans were replaced. But here you are not trying to replace the human. You are trying to augment the human abilities. Humans should be involved everywhere so that humans are not replaced by AI. So, in traditional AI, the emphasis was on task automation. Normal task automation was the purpose of using AI. But here, the automation is just part of it. But you have to prioritize the human needs, values, and capabilities. So, there was no ethical concern in traditional AI, but here we have to address more on ethical concerns. So this is the today's technology, that is how to build human-centered AI for various applications. Now, some of the applications people are using in their day-to-day life, that is IBM's AI for fashion, that it takes your picture and it shows you that which kind of fashion will suit you. I think you might have used it, the IBM fashion app, or you can try it. Nowadays, Amazon and all also, or different the e-commerce apps, they use this so that it will tell you how best it suits the different fashion items. Next, IBM's AI-powered user experience, everybody is using day-to-day life. Your Autodesk capabilities, Spotify, everybody you knows that is used for personalized recommendations. Similarly, in healthcare, many doctors are using the AI systems these days. So these are some of the use cases. Now, if somebody wants to do a research on sustainable AI, then what are the different successes and challenges that they have? That major challenges are AI uses a lot of drinking water as a cooling agent in the data centers. So the study shows that, the recent study shows that if this situation exists in future, then we don't left out with any drinking water. It consumes a lot of drinking water. So one of the goal for research is how to use less drinking water for the cooling systems and bring some new technology as a coolant or a cooling agent in the data centers. This is one of the research area. Second research area is healthcare is very popular, used in our day-to-day life. So how the AI tools every doctor should use without harming any patient. So this is one of them. That means the healthcare AI tools must be pre-trained properly with some unbiased, with some large historical data, so that it will help the doctors to diagnose the diseases early and accurately. This is the second research area. The third research area that people have a fear these days, that AI will replace, but no. AI will never replace a human being. So you need not worry about. You should learn how to operate the AI tools properly. Human-centered AI is in place nowadays. And the next one, that how AI is impacting your daily life. You can do a number of research on this area to improve the day-to-day activities of human beings. Nowadays, everybody is wearing a smartwatch where all your activities are monitored. We are modeling the data to find out our health risks. So it suggests you that you do more activities, or it is nowadays a number of apps are there which we are day-to-day life we are using for our health and other activities. So you can still have more research on how AI is impacting on our daily life. Next important sector where you can do your research is AI in education sector. Nowadays, you might have faced the challenge that in India also, that students are not ready to listen to any lecture given by the professors. They want to use more AI. They feel that everything is there in ChatGPT. Why should I listen to a professor? So you should update yourself that how we can bring AI into the system by not replacing the professors, by changing our methodology to make use of AI in education sector. Other than this, I have given a number of key research areas or challenges which still exist. So where people can work on these areas, so those who are means this computer science is multidisciplinary. People from various sectors, they collaborate and they work together. So only computer science people cannot solve all these problems. So you can work together to make a sustainable society. Last but not the least, I want to say that if you are building AI for sustainable societies, then you need to include the ethical principles into practice. You have to ensure fairness and you have to eliminate the bias. Now, in industry, BerryBot is one of the AI tool that top 500 Fortune software companies are using for recruiting the students. So, that is starting from screening the resumes of the students and taking the bot interview, and without any bias, the bots are working perfectly in selecting the students on merit basis without any kind of bias, and by showing the transparency in recruiting the students to software industries. So my final note is human-centered AI at present is the foundation for sustainable society. It ensures that as intelligence grows, humanity grows with it. Thank you so much. Yes, yes.
What about the digital divide and the AI? What kind of general approach you can choose?
Digital?
Digital divide. Inequality.
Okay.
Yeah.
With AI system, the gender inequality you are talking about with the digital era?
Digital divide between the people who can use AI very well and some people cannot access to AI. So how can we...
No, you have to make AI more popular in all the eras. That means in all the generations, so that people life becomes easier. We have to train them. We have to train them to make use of more AI tools in every sector, so that life becomes easier, people are doing less work, AI will do your work with high capabilities.
But some poor people cannot access to AI, so what kind
You
of
talk about
policy?
any poor people. Nowadays, we don't have these small mobile phones. Everybody is having a bigger mobile phone, which has all the facilities, right? Like 20 years back, we are not having touchscreen in India, but everybody, including a farmer, is having a touchscreen mobile in India. That means they also know, because the devices are coming in, the text is coming in the regional language. People can understand. Even the agricultures are, the farmers are also using the AI system directly or indirectly. So slowly, it will take some time to educate every sector of people to use AI. Any other queries? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. B. Pamaja. And for the fifth session, let's have Engineer Fernando F. Estingor, Director, Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Bataan Campus, to share the speech with the topic of Smart Technologies and Social Impact, IoT, and AI for Sustainable Urban Development.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, distinguished guests, colleagues, and fellow students. I am Engineer Fernando F. Estingor, the Campus Director of PUP Bataan Campus. It is an honor to speak at the 2025 Asia Virtual Academy Conference organized by the National University of Kaohsiung together with the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Our conference theme, STEM and the Social Sciences, Bridging Diverse Disciplines for a Sustainable Future, draws attention to a central idea. The technical possibilities of today must be integrated with social and ethical thinking if we are to create cities that are truly sustainable and humane. Today, we will try to examine how IoT and AI, together forming the AIoT, are being used to shape urban services, the social impacts and risks we must manage, the specific issues facing the Philippines, and what government and local actors are doing about them, and a menu of practical solutions we can recommend and implement. Cities are engines of growth, but also hotspots of vulnerability. Across Asia, rapid urbanization is increasing demand for transport, energy, water, waste services, and disaster response capacity. Traditional systems struggle to respond in real time to fast-moving problems like flooding, traffic shocks, or sudden spikes in hospital demand. Smart technologies provide a different model. Dense sensor networks produce live data. AI systems analyze patterns and forecast risks. Dashboards and automated actuators allow faster operational responses. When deployed with inclusive governance, these tools can reduce congestion, lower emission, speed emergency response, and improve service equity. Let us have a quick review about the terms. IoT means devices and sensors that collect environmental and behavioral data. It may be on the street level, building level, and network level. AI comprises algorithms and models that analyze data, predict outcomes, or recommend actions. AIoT is the fusion, or is the operational fusion. Sensors feed live data to AI models that inform automated or human-in-the-loop decisions. An example is a sensor network along a river sends a water level and rainfall data to a cloud platform. An AI model predicts a likely flood within a given number of hours and automatically triggers targeted evacuation alerts and road closures. That closed loop, sense, analyze, act, is where real social benefit can appear. Here are some key applications. One is for mobility and transport. Cities deploy camera and loop sensors, and AI optimizes traffic signals or recommends dynamic bus routing. For instance, demonstrator projects in Clark in the Philippines and elsewhere show how AI-based mobility system can improve public transport and lower emissions. Energy and buildings, smart meters and AI demand forecasting stabilize grids and integrate renewables. This reduces outages and helps households manage costs. Environment and resilience. IoT flood sensors, air quality networks, and AI-driven early warning improve disaster response. New Clark City, a planned disaster-resilient urban development, will be adopting IoT and energy management system as part of its green city design. For governance and services, digital platforms and data dashboards, when made accessible, speed up permitting processes, enable citizen reporting, and improve public transparency. The Department of Information and Communication Technologies Digital Cities program provides roadmaps and tools for the local government units in the Philippines to to plan digital transformation. Each application demonstrates operational benefits, lower the response time, measurable travel time savings, or energy peakness reduction, but they also reveal social trade-offs, which we will address next. Smart cities create social value and social risk. Do you like being watched? Of course not. So one of the issues is privacy. City sensors and mobility apps capture location and behavioral data. In the Philippines, the Data Privacy Act of 2012 and the National Privacy Commission regulate personal data handling. Smart deployments must comply with consent, purpose limitation, and security provisions. However, that is still a challenge for the government to fully implement. Bias and fairness. AI models trained on incomplete or skewed data sets can produce biased outcomes. For example, prioritizing wealthy neighborhoods for services or misclassifying events in poorer areas. Addressing bias requires data audits, diverse training data, and transparent models. Next is digital divide. If smart services assume universal smartphone access or constant connectivity, the poor and elderly can be excluded. Equity-centered design must include low-tech access channels and offline modalities. Next is vendor lock-in and governance. Without interoperability and procurement safeguards, cities can become dependent on private vendors, weakening public accountability. Addressing these social issues is not optional. It is a must. That's why people-centered frameworks and regulations are essential. Start by privacy by design, public data inventories, and community participation in procurement and pilot design. Let me now focus on the Philippines because local context matters for practical recommendations. Of course, we have many issues in the Philippines, but we will just have a few of it. One of the major issues is climate vulnerability and flooding. Many Philippine cities face recurring floods and typhoons, worsened by land use change and drainage problems. Real-time flood monitoring and predictive alerts are high-impact applications. Local IoT flood sensor pilot exists, but coverage is still patchy. Traffic congestion and traffic inefficiency. Metro areas experience chronic congestion, costing time and emissions. Cities have piloted traffic management technology, but scalable. Integrated systems are still not widespread. For local government units like Cebu, they are still working on upgrades and strategic planning. For digital infrastructure and energy constraints, reliable broadband and stable energy are prerequisites for connected systems. In the Philippines, some cities still lack resilient fiber and dependable grid access, which constrains IoT rollouts. For data governance and legal capacity, while the Data Privacy Act exists, many local government units and implementing agencies lack the technical capacity to operationalize data governance, and that is why inventories, data sharing agreements, and model audits remain weak. And the most issue of it all is the funding and procurement challenges. Local government units often rely on project-based grants and may lack long-term financing for maintenance. Do the government address these challenges? Yes. The DICT Digital Cities 2025, the Department of Information and Communications Technology launched the Digital Cities 2025 program and provides roadmaps, technical guidance, and a portal to help LGUs plan digital transformation efforts. These resources are intended to help prioritize investments and build local capacity. Infrastructure projects and pilots for New Clark City and other projects are building smart components into plan developments for resilience, energy efficiency, and mobility. Several international technology partnerships have supported pilot deployments. For AI policy and strategy, the Philippines has been developing a national AI strategy roadmap, updating its approach to position the country for responsible AI adoption, including ethical considerations, research and development support, and skills development. This is an evolving policy area intended to promote local capability while managing risk. Next is privacy regulation. The National Privacy Commission enforces the Data Privacy Act, which applies to public and private entities. Privacy impact assessments and proper safeguards are required for any smart city data processing. Subnational improvements. Cities like Cebu are investing in command centers, fiber loops, and emergency response systems, and were recently selected for ASEAN-supported sustainable urbanization phases, which will bring technical and financial support. These developments show growing institutional attention, but implementation gaps like capacity, financing, and governance still remain. Based on international best practices and local constraints, we suggest a practical roadmap grouped across 3 domains: policy and governance, technical design, and community and capacity. For policy and governance, national standards and interoperability. Create open data standards so LGU systems can talk to each other and avoid vendor lock-in. Data governance frameworks. Mandate data inventories, data sharing agreements, and regular privacy assessments for city projects. Build model audit units in national or regional agencies. Sustainable financing models, combining national funds, development bank lending, and PPPs, public-private partnerships, to fund both deployment and operations. For technical design, start with problem-first pilots. Pilot small, measurable projects with clear key performance indicators. Learn fast and scale what works. NEDO's mobility demo in Clark is a good template. Edge plus cloud hybrid. Use Edge AI for latency-sensitive tasks like traffic light adjustments and local warnings, and Cloud AI for modeling and long-term insights. This reduces bandwidth and privacy exposure. Open source toolkits and digital twins encourage universities and local government units to experiment with low-cost digital twin platforms to simulate scenarios like land use, floods, traffic, before real-world changes. Singapore's Virtual Singapore demonstrates the value of digital twins for planning. For community and capacity, local capacity building, invest in training for LGU staff on data governance, AI ethics, and sensor maintenance. The data literacy and inclusion, design services that provide non-digital access channels like community kiosks and SMS alerts, and community outreach to ensure the poor and elderly can benefit. Participatory procurement and data commons invite civil society into procurement design and consider data common models where citizens decide use cases for certain data sets. This is one practical example that we can apply in the Philippines through a university and local government unit partnership. Of course, maybe here in Taiwan, you know that Philippines is a flood-prone country, right? So we have here an example, a practical example, the Bataan Pampanga Flood Warning System. This is a low-cost, problem-first, people-centered approach. Although I think there are other countries and cities that are already implementing this, no? So for our pilot, flood early warning and community response system for Bataan Pampanga River basins, the components are the river level IoT sensors that are solar powered, short-range mesh telemetry to local hubs, edge AI models running at the barangay level, micro hubs to triage alerts, SMS voice evacuation messages for vulnerable households, and a regional dashboard for municipal disaster offices. Why it works? It addresses an urgent local need. Low-cost sensors and edge logic minimize data traffic, community participation, ensures local buy-in. The key performance indicator is the reduction in unplanned evacuation, faster response time, and increased household preparedness. This is the kind of problem-first, people-centered pilot that can scale into a regional program with the help of the Department of Information Communication and Technology and the Department of Interior and Local Government. In closing, IoT and AI can transform cities into a more resilient, efficient, and livable places, but only if technology is framed by governance, ethics, and community voice. For the Philippines, the opportunity is real. Strategic pilots combined with national roadmaps and strong local and university partnerships can help us build smarter and fairer cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Fernando F. Estingor. And now, let's have a short break for 10 minutes. Feel free to help yourself with the refreshment. The final speech will start at 2:15, and after the final speech, there will be half an hour tea break with the delicious food and beverage. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the final lecture is about to begin in 2 minutes. Please come back to your seats. freeze 起来。嗯？没有。嘿。啊，好的。要开始喽，开始喽！大家，喂。请坐下，拍照不要找我。那你可以直接走过去，反正就换一个。请。好。OK， 开始喽。Ladies and gentlemen, the final lecture will be begin in the next minute, so please be seated and get ready. Okay， 我在等20。好 ，OK， 小，直接切换到那个。And now, let's have Dr. Nguyen Ngak Thuy, Office of Science, Technology and External Relations from the Nong Lam University, to share the speech with the topic of Sustainable Agriculture Development Towards a Carbon Neutral Economy in Vietnam.
Thank you very much. Yes. Okay, so very good afternoon, everybody. I am Dr. Nguyen Ngọc Thuy. I'm from Nong Lam University in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. First of all, thank you very much for the organizing committees from of the 2025 Asia Virtual Academic Conference. Invited me to join this to give to talk in this very important event. And today I'm very delighted to share the Vietnam national commitment and the practical step to suitable agricultural development toward carbon neutral economies in Vietnam. And as you all know, that this is immense important, not just for Vietnam, but for global food securities and climate actions. So my presentation is just not much about not about AI, as we seen from this this morning, and I think I also learned a lot from the presentation from the early morning until now. But you know, for this program, for the summer project undertaken by the Vietnamese government, that we are using a lot of, you know, AI's application in, for instance, like the project on developing 1 million hectares of low carbon emission in the Mekong Delta, and AI plays a very important role in, you know, measuring carbon emission in those project sites. So I will start. Where this one, right? All right. So my presentation will cover the 4 main areas of suitable agriculture development strategies in Vietnam. First, I will talk about the Green Growth Strategy for the sustainable agricultural development. This as the strategy that anchored the Vietnam government efforts. And secondly, I will talk about the overviews of rice production in Vietnam. And you know, rice is the livelihood, and especially in the Mekong Delta, rice is the food basket for the people. So using the project at the 1 million hectare of low 1 million hectare of specialized farming of rice with high quality and low emission as a case study of the government to effort to toward the agricultural toward the suitable agricultural development. And finally, I will talk about the role of Nong Lam University, our university that in Ho Chi Minh City, in promoting and implementing of these low emission technology. All right. So our national strategy is founded on the principle of Green Growth. As you can see in the figure, I hope that some of you are familiar with this framework developed by Chan Jin, actually published by Chan Jin Kim and et al., a Korean scientist in 2011. So our national strategy is founded on this principle, and is viewed as a win-win strategy. It's about achieving the synergy between economic growth and the environmental production and consumption, while simultaneously working to minimize the environmental burden to ensure the long-term environmental capacity. And this strategic alignment is non-negotiable to future development. And here's the vision and goals and strategies of Vietnam. So Vietnam commitment is very clear. Our overarching vision is to achieve a sustainable development, agricultural development toward a carbon neutral economy. And this vision is supported by a specific goal for the sector to be met by 2030. So we target a GDP growth rate from 2.5 to 3% per year, and we are aimed to significant transition to green inputs. The rate of to achieve the rate of organic fertilizer products must reach about 30%. And critically, our production model must shift toward ecological, organic, circular, and low carbon emission direction with the action plan built on the 3 pillars. One is reducing greenhouse emission. Second, developing green, safe, and sustainable production, and fostering the green lifestyles. That is the 3 pillars of action plan. Now, I talk about the overviews of rice production in Vietnam. So you have the numbers here. We have, you know that rice is the lifeblood of Vietnam, and as I mentioned, the Mekong Delta is our basket, a primary food basket. And you look at the trends over the last 10 years, we see some of the interesting dynamics. The total cultivated areas is slightly decreased from over 7.8 million hectares in 2015 and down to around 7.1 million hectares projected in 2024. However, the yield has generally increased, demonstrating the improved efficiency. So despite this overall total production has decreased slightly, confirming that our policy focus is shifting from the simply maximizing volumes to maximizing values and sustainabilities of the reduced land base. And this is the deliberate part of our green transition. So you can see more in here's the overview of rice production and use in Vietnam in the last 10 years. And here's the area used and production of rice in the Mekong Delta in the other region in 2022. If you see Mekong Delta, look at the total 1,000 hectares. You see that Mekong Delta is, as compared to the whole country, it was about 7.1 million hectares, and Mekong Delta is about 3 million, almost 4 million hectares. And about the yield, Mekong Delta, the rice used in Mekong Delta is also the highest. It's about 62 tons per hectare. And for the total production, the Mekong Delta is about 24,000 tons per rice production. So Mekong is very, very important for rice production. Here's some of the comments that you can see. The total cultivated areas rice decreased in the last 10 years, and the use slightly increased about 3 quintal hectare per year, and total production decreased by an average of 1.2 million tons compared to 2013. And Vietnam rice exporter increased by a rate about 130,000 tons per year. And one another advantage, the average price increased from 120, almost 120 to US dollar per ton as compared to 2013. Some of the strengths and opportunities of rice cultivation, Vietnam we have a favorable ecological condition for rice cultivation, and you know that. And we also have a very well-developed system of irrigation for rice cultivation, and we just, this morning, we have a discussion with our colleagues from the Philippines that the farmers in Vietnam, they adopt the technology very fast, you know, as they can learn the technology and open to the technology. So they quickly apply advanced techniques. The average, another advantage trend is average high yield, and the export market demand for the high quality rice is increasing. Especially during the COVID time, and after that, like from 1920, 21, 22, we have very high demand for the rice from Vietnam. I think that we export to Philippines, to Indonesia, to other countries, and the government has strategy for sustainable development of the rice industry. Still, we have many challenges in rice production. The farm size is small. After several of what we in Vietnam, we don't say there's some of the land in the other country we call the land reform, but in Vietnam it's not land reform. It's after because of our historical context, and we have a relatively eco land holding by farmers in Vietnam. So it's also in another, that's good in terms of social development, but at the same time, it made the land areas become fragmented and very difficult to apply for mechanization and technical advance. And now we have to go for the economic, the strategy for economic of scales of rice production. Then there's the government is calling for land concentration. That is to give opportunities for develop the rice production. And the value chain is fragmented and lacking connection. That our rice value chain is not developed in a systematic way, and climate change causes damage to rice production in Mekong Delta. The decrease in natural resource, especially in land and water resources. You may know about the huge irrigation plan developed by the Cambodian, the neighboring country, when they want to make their own the canal from the Mekong Delta to diverse water to the other side, and that is a threat of our Mekong Delta. That is one of the biggest challenge now, and of course we also have a strategy to mitigate that. But that is we can see that in the future that will be one of the most challenge for our rice production. And using high input materials increase costs and greenhouse gas emission. That is another challenge. And burning dry straw in the field lead to the harm environment. I think this is one of the problems that we face for the carbon emission in rice production. Fortunately, we start later on. I will talk about the project that I am director of that project supported by the Swedish government. Since 2020 now, there's no more that less and less people applying this technique to burn the rice straw. On the rice straw has been collected and used for the other purpose. Here you see in the picture, I think that I take this picture just before the COVID-19. It's in the areas that farmers they need to, because in Vietnam before 2020 there are three crops per year, and especially up in the summer, people, because they want to continue for another crops, they have nowhere but just to burn down, burn the rice straw to start the new crops. But now is this? I don't think that we can find this one more. About the rice straw management in Vietnam, I just elaborate a little bit on this. The total rice straw approximately about 40 million tons per year, and more than 50% in the Mekong Delta. And in Mekong Delta, 50% of rice straw is burned in the field. It's about in the past, and 30% of rice straw is buried in the field. part of that we burn and part is buried as the organic fertilizer during the rainy season. And about 10% of the rice straw is collected for using at the byproducts like producing mushroom or for animal feed and musk material and munching materials, munching for the crops, and again, I already mentioned that burning rice straw causes air pollution, traffic obstruction, and loss nutrient. And burning rice straw increases the green gas emission. In the strategies for sustainable development of rice industry in Vietnam, the target of rice straw is collected from the field reaching about 80% by 2025 and 100% by 2030 for reducing and processing. So in the picture, you can see that some of the technology now we use a machine for boiling of the rice straw, and all of this picture taken by myself or my assistant in the field when we do the project, using the rice straw for the for the organic fertilizer and for the mushroom production. This is the project that I talk is about the recent project on sustainable development of 1 million hectares for specialized farming applied with high quality and low emission associated with the green growth of the Mekong Delta by 2030. I just talked to Professor Won about some of the business, some companies of Korea. They are like Thanks Carbon. They are involved deeply in this project, and I think in 2024 they come to us and they want to help with this how to develop the system using AI system to measure carbon emission in the Mekong Delta, because that 1 million hectares is a big one, and you can only know how much like carbon credit that you can have from producing the rice. You can only use the AI, and so that's very important. The project was approved in November about 2 years ago, and of course there are some of the not from favor condition when like US, they are no longer pay attention on the climate change or something. But in the government, we still our government still put a lot of effort because this is the European markets only accept the high quality rice that produced from the low carbon emission and with the organic fertilizer something. Here's a project objective. I just want to reiterate: to establish 1 million hectares for sly farming, a price with high quality and low emission, in association with restructuring of value chain-based production system and application of sustainable farming procedure in order to raise value and promote sustainable development of rice industry, enhance the efficiency in business and production, increase income and living standard of the farmers, and protect environment, adapt climate change, reduce greenhouse gas emission, contributing to implementation of Vietnam international commitments. So those are in the project document. And the project implemented in Tao Mekong Delta province. Now, if Vietnam just last year and this year, we just go a very groundbreaking restructure of our areas, like of structure of the province. But those Tao province are the target of the project. So that is about the 1 million hectare project of rice production, low emission rice in the Mekong Delta. And at Nong Lam University, our university, we are one of the oldest university of agriculture in the country. And this year we celebrate our 70th anniversary. And we place the important role in the development of the sustainable agriculture in Vietnam. There are so many efforts that we tried to do and was recognized by society and also international organization. Just last week, we received the ambassador of the Canada, and he's come under the program that we collaborate with the state of province Saskatchewan to develop sustainable agriculture network with Nong Lam University, and that is because we are the key institution or key stakeholders in sustainable agriculture. And about a few weeks ago, also with Australia, we have we developed a network of the academic network between the agricultural university in Vietnam and about more than 10 universities in Australia, what we call the Vietnam, Australia, and Sustainable Agriculture Network. And the objectives or the overarching goals of the network is to promoting the university that working on the field of sustainable agriculture in Australia and Vietnam. And this is one of the institutions that we build, at the developing the sustainable agriculture. This is a project that we undertake in 2023. It's about sustainable rice straw management, improving farmer livelihood, and low environmental footprint in rice production system. With this project, we, as I said, that we teach farmers. This is more like hand-on, like more development-oriented project, not academic research project, but we teach farmers how to use rice for their different livelihood option. The people can use rice straw to produce mushroom, and our scientists come to teach them how to make mushroom more efficiently and use rice straw and add in some of the ingredients for feeding the cows, cattle, or you helping them how to make the more effective and low carbon emission organic fertilizers and something like that. Yes, here is some of the project activity, that the collection of removals of rice straw in the field. And you see that our faculty engineering and technology design the machine for collecting the rice, what we call the rice straw boilers for collecting of the rice straw. And this can reduce the cost by 70% compared to manual collection. Our professor department of animal nutrition also help the farmers to use rice straw as the available fish resources and improve the palatability, fish intake, higher digestibilities and performance, and optimizing the diet for cows, beef cattle, and buffalo, and so on. And for mushroom production, we have farmers who produce mushroom and applying the indoor mushroom with the higher investment cost but greater productivities and lower risk due to the well-controlled environment. So aside from this is traditional ways of the farmers to produce mushroom, but now we have the farmer to build a simple house, but they can have the mushroom production better. And using the framework developed by some institution in we work together with some university in Sweden, what we call the impact pathway. So we engage on different stakeholders in rice production, and we can see help the farmers how to achieve the goals, and how different stakeholders can contribute into the changes of the rice straw management practice in the Mekong Delta. So that is very important, because from the practice to theories. And this is also for the organic compost, some example that I would like to share with you. Aside from rice straw management, we also take part in some of the academic research. One of the research that we work with the University of Santa Cruz and Nông Lâm University is about the documenting the adoption of alternative wetting and drying techniques in Vietnam. And you know that most people believe that when you cultivate in rice, you just keep maintain the water level on the time, but that is not right. Because if you keep the water like that, there's a lot of emission from the organic materials that produce a lot of emission. So in the alternate wetting, drying, or elliptic technique, that we can reduce a significant amount of the emission, of gas emission. And that's that we work with the UC Santa Cruz on that, and using up some of the also, you know, monitoring the using, but it was in like almost 10 years ago when we started monitoring the emission gas. So that very simple technique that we use, and all the data go to the iCloud in the university, in the laboratories in UC Santa Cruz, and here's a research on AWW and NLUs. We published this, and we also presented this in the conference in Kenya in 2020, I think. So one another efforts at Nông Lâm University to do with sustainable agriculture is we organize biannually international conference on sustainable agriculture and environment. So starting from 2015, every 2 years we organize this conference. So in 2024, it was in 2022, I think that we co-organized with National Kaohsiung, with Kaohsiung, and UK national. And last year we co-organized with University of Hân in the UK and University of Trier in Germany. But next year, I mean 2026, we will have again the conference. The 6th International Conference of Sustainable Agriculture and Environment in collaboration with the VASAN, the organization that we just created last year. This year, Vietnam, Australia Sustainable Agriculture Network, University Network, and with the University of Saskatchewan in Canada. So I hope that it will be in November, early November, and I hope that some of you here can join our conference in Ho Chi Minh City. And so, all right, so I just I finished my presentation, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks to our 6 speakers for today. Let's give them a big applause again. Before the afternoon tea time begins, mind that the final discussion will start at 3:40. We welcome you to leave your questions for today's topics on Slido. Now, I am glad to announce that it is tea break time. We have prepared delicious afternoon tea and cookies for attendance. Hope you enjoy it.
对，那个，就先这个预告好了。
就说快开始，那不要说时间。
OK。
就说
OK. Ladies and gentlemen, the final discussion will start in a few minutes. Please finish your food and use the restroom before going back to the conference room if needed. Thank you. Hi, hello. Just take the mic.
speaker 的 pass 要先放一直在那边吗？还是 Q 到谁在哪边？但是因为他在上面，你这样后面会你一直进去。应该是。我问他好。
OK 吗 ？Q 我，快 Q 我。
你想要两只麦克风先给你，然后你来看，讲者要讲的时候自然而然。
Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let's proceed to the final discussion and Q&A session. Let's invite the moderator for today's conference, Dr. Xinghao Wu, the Vice President of NUK, to host this session.
Thank you very much for all our distinguished speakers and audience on site and online. Okay, my name is Xinghao Wu. I'm the Vice President of National University of Kaohsiung. And it's my pleasure and honor to have this as a moderator for our final session, the Q&A and discussion. So I think we have already several questions from our audience. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, from our audience. So I think I will just read it through, and hopefully that some question probably goes to specific speakers, and some question could be quite general that maybe our speakers would like to answer. Okay, so we have about 30 minutes for the discussion, and if you have any question, of course, you can still type in a chat box, or just give it us if you are on site, or you feel free to ask questions if you have further discussion or inquiry and would like to discuss with our speakers. Okay. Well, first of all, I think do I have to introduce? I think many of the speakers have already introduced during our opening ceremony, and also for each of the sessions. So I will just skip it, and I will jump to the question directly. Okay. So the first question is to Dr. Kwong. Okay. The question is about Korea's UIG. Yeah, this we mentioned in your speech about this mechanism, and that seems highly government-driven in the past. So how do you see the balance evolving in the future between the government and this UIG mechanism? How you see in the future and how it goes? Would that be mainly government-driven, or perhaps they have some transformation or any discussion about this UIG mechanism? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that is a really important question. Based on the Korean cases, the innovation system is developed stage by stage. So I'd like to answer as a general question. So at the initial stage, first stage, there is no resource, there is no leadership, and we don't have any incentive to collaborate each other. So at the first stage, the government leadership is important. So for encouraging the collaboration between university, industry, government, the government role is really important. That's the observation from the Korean cases and also other countries like Taiwan and Japan. Japan in 19th century, maybe. But nowadays, each area developed it their own ways. So industry based on the commercial benefit. The government institute is more based on the public interest. And university is more focused on the training, human resources, and knowledge creation. So they have their own culture and also own value. So when the system, national innovation system developed, and then each area has their own dynamics. So they have to respect other actors, I guess. And also, the technology is really developed, so complicated. So government official cannot know in detail the technology, AI or some semiconductor and the very complex process of the making and the ecosystem of the semiconductor industry. So government cannot control the industry. So we need a more decentralized system. So and also creativity. Creativity comes from the autonomy. So autonomous culture encourages a good idea and the individual's creativity. That's the problem we faced in South Korea. So I think in the future and also currently, we have to be more balanced between the three actors. So in general, we have to develop different systems, and also between the central government and regional government. Regional government have to develop their own planning capability, so they can establish their own regional industry based on the characteristics of the region and the characteristics of the companies in their region. So that's the way it goes, I think. So yeah, that's the strategy, I guess. Yeah, thank you.
Oh yes, indeed. Its UIG system works quite similar also in Taiwan, as Dr. Kwon just mentioned, that in Hsinchu. Well, in the early stage, it's probably quite government-driven and government provide funding. And of course, they just, in addition to Hsinchu's model, I think in Taiwan, we also have some experience about NGO. And that NGO is also probably quite government-funded, but we have this engineering research institute, just like many government think tanks. Maybe Professor Kwon did not mention about this government think tank's role, because in Korea it's quite successfully for the government-funded or government-sponsored institution, a research institution. I think it probably plays a larger influential role in the future of these three parties' collaboration. Any other speakers would like to also answer this question about this industrial academy and government's collaboration, this three parties collaboration models in your country? Anyone would like to add or comment? Is it okay? All right. All right, so maybe we just stop these questions at the moment, and maybe if you have one further question, please feel free to type on the chat box, or maybe if you have a question, to raise your hands. All right, our next question goes to Dr. Pamaja, for you. In your experience, and what competencies should university focus on if we want to train talents for human-centered and sustainable AI? Yeah, what's the role of a university? Would you like to please answer the question?
Yeah, to learn about AI modeling. So every engineering student must learn both software and hardware technologies they should have. Now, hardware is regarding the infrastructure. Now, like as AI models use huge amount of data for processing. So GPUs are required from the hardware side, and you should use more memory, more RAM and SSD. But from the learning side, students should know the software stack. Now, starting with a programming language, now at present, Python is the most suitable language for doing AI, as it has a vast number of libraries are available. So students can directly use and train the AI models. So other than that, they should have the knowledge of cloud, because they need to store the data in cloud. They need to see the insights of the data. So cloud knowledge is required. And most of the data we have unstructured. So for structured data, we can have any kind of your storage. But for unstructured data, a lot of pre-processing is required. So a single computer science engineer cannot do a complete project end-to-end. Other than that, they should have the MLOP knowledge also. That is starting from the entire life cycle, starting from data collection to pre-processing, then model training to deployment. The complete life cycle management they should know through MLOP operations. So these are the software stack required to learn. But if a project is done, suppose for example, I'll take Sir's project, which is regarding the rice cultivation in Vietnam. So, which needs a lot of historical data about the agricultural fields, the factors that affects the rice production, if there is a decline in rice production or if there is an increase in production, then a lot of huge amount of rice related data is required, but all the data may not give you the insights why there is a decline in the production or why there is an increase in the production. So data has to be pre-processed. The computer science engineer cannot understand the terminologies associated with agriculture. So it has to be multidisciplinary. They should collaborate with other people to understand the terminologies and the required fields which will have a direct impact on the modeling part. So AI will not understand, your model will understand. It will take all the data and process and it will give you a biased result. So a proper analyst is required who understand the data and who will discard the unused data or not required data. So a multidisciplinary project involves people and a stack of software technologies that will create valuable insight of your data. I hope I have explained to your question. Any other doubts you can ask me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for a very insightful answer from Dr. Padama. Well, I think that's the human century is probably the questions, because in our university, NUK, we have the social humanities colleges and law and management. But in this AI-driven age, I think for the university, we probably would like to initiate an interdiscipline studies program. I think probably in many other university in your home country is also doing this direction, especially like for this LLM models, for language. some people think that AI is very quite scientific focused and scientific driven. But for social science and humanities departments in Taiwan, for example, I think in the Chinese language department has become more and more influential for the AI development. And some people ask me why, because because they know about the language, about linguistic. So that is quite critical for LLM models development. So I think AI is for everybody. Yeah, so I think this is something that the university would like to train our talents and to give them direction and even to widespread of the benefits of AI's development, not just about focusing on the fearsome. Because in our law school, many of our law students are asking us whether the AI will replace our jobs. And they no longer need lawyers. They do better than us. But I think it's actually that's still, I think it's ongoing debating issues. But for our law student, I would like, just like Dr. Padama, just insightful comments that even for law students, I think we learn to know the insights of law and the background of law. So we need to know this technology and how to use it and how to improve it and make it more correctly and more helpful to the human society, I think. Yeah, so I think still for social studies or for language studies, they're also very critical and not to miss this piece. And that's probably a missing pieces. All right, any other speakers would like to share your comments about this AI and human focus? Professor, you want? Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Well, the question is all about what should the university should offer. Well, I think many universities are equipped in offering courses or programs that could lead to this development. However, they should also integrate in their curriculum the fundamental of ethics on implementing this technology. Because, yeah, we learn a lot and we can do so much things. Are these pro-human or not? That's the question. Thank you.
So we have a following question to Professor Fernando Estigar. So the question goes to Professor Estigar, says that what are the primary technical or policy barriers currently impeding the application of IoT technology for the sustainable city development? Okay, would you like to share your comments?
Thank you very much, sir. For connected systems, the prerequisites include the reliable broadband and stable energy. How come that we talk IoT if there are some areas that still has no power or energy? So that's one. Second, we are talking of 5G, 6G right now, and yet there are places, well, in the case of our country, that cannot access even the basic telephone signal. So first, we should lay down the very basic foundation. And that is first to have a stable energy and reliable internet connectivity. As for the policies and standard, I think we already have that. It's just a matter of implementing it. Thank you, sir.
Yes, I think it's quite correctly. I think for the technical barrier, probably is more important issue, especially in some of the rural areas. Or like Taiwan, we have some isolated islands as well, just like Philippines and India also we have some isolated islands. So probably that the satellite technology is more critical to this infrastructure to have this IoT technology to be implemented. Yeah, I think also for policy, I think most of the policy is to provide incentive instead of to create barriers. If it is, I think that's not in the case. So probably maybe Dr. Kwon will have some comments about this. Yeah.
Your previous question is make me think over and over. So the role of social science and AI, that is a really important question. So for my case, nowadays I use LLM. So LLM is really smart. So when I make a report, I ask LLM, and then that gives me lots of insight, because it knows better than me, because it is trained by all the knowledge on the internet. Sometimes my feeling is that the AI is understanding the knowledge. Understanding is a kind of a human function. The activity of understanding, the concept of understanding is you usually think is belong to only human, but my feeling is that AI is understanding some knowledge, because nowadays I use my older class PPT, and then the AI enhance the PPT more persuasive. AI gives a better example than me. And also for my case, I teach social network analysis, and then I think AI is already understand the social network analysis, the logic and the concept of social network analysis. So my feeling is that AI already understand the knowledge of my class already, sometimes deeper than me. Then what is the meaning of understanding? Understanding is not belong to only human, but it can be belong to AI. So I think in many ways, in the future, maybe some feeling or some biological, the psychological function could be operated by the AI, I guess. So in that sense, the humanity and the social science is really important. So we have to develop how to understand, how to adopt AI in our society. That is a really important issue, I guess. I don't know the answer, but yeah, that's the very important. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, you're the specialist. Okay.
Yes. Now, at present, you are highly fascinated by generative AI, because as you told, you are using LLM, so which uses generative AI technologies from the vast amount of literature that is available in the internet. And by understanding your question, so it uses the technology, natural language understanding, NLU. So each and every word in the question what you have framed, it understands and gives you all the resources which is available in the internet. But at present, there is one more technology that everyone knows, that is agentic AI has come. So where it is one step ahead. It can also take its decision that something it has generated from your question, but agentic AI can also tell whether it is correct or wrong. It will still help you to decide whether I should go ahead with this presentation or with this content or not. So for at present, agentic AI is getting popular, and for doing multiple things, multiple agentic AIs are coming up. So each agent will do a parallel task for you. So
They can interact each other.
yes, yes, they can, all the agents can interact with each other and they can make your problem still easier to solve. So we are now in the era of agentic AI.
Yeah.
Thank you. I hope I have answered technologically.
Maybe in legal sense, we may in the few coming years, we have to recognize AI as a kind of a legal entity, legal actor. Yes.
The Kwan just mentioned a very interesting question. Several years ago, I played some video games, and that video game is so-called Detroit. Detroit. Maybe some of you know that game, Detroit. Should we give the legal personhood for the AIs, maybe like human-like robots, something like that? Because if someday they can think on their own way, and just like Professor Kwan just mentioned, that even think deeper than us. And so who controls the world? Is we control the machine or the machine control us? So, so I think this question, I mean, if you put it in a legal context, I would say that not to give this incentive to this too rapidly. Yeah, I would say that because we're still talking about the human-centric environment and human-centric planet. Yeah, yeah. I don't want to that the Judgment Day, you know that movie, to come into a real life. Yes. Okay. I think there's one question for Dr. Wu Song Mao, but because he has a important meeting in Taipei, so maybe he cannot answer. But probably this question, maybe I can answer a little bit. Because the answer is, a question is about how can Taiwan's academic sector help diversify the economy and mitigate the Dutch disease risk caused by semiconductor concentration. I think this is a very good question. I mean, and it's also mentioned about the Dutch disease. I think this is a kind of economy phenomenon, right? As if a country is too focused on concentrating on certain sector or certain industry. I think maybe last month, The Economist, maybe some of you have read that articles about this imbalance of Taiwan if we concentrate too much on the semiconductor, just like the Netherlands. Taiwan is a small island and we are a lack of natural resources, and it's an exporting-oriented country. So if we look back to our economic development evolution, I think it probably is a right choice to pick one industry and that we have certain advantage. Just probably quite similar like in Korea. Yes, I think this Dutch disease not only for Taiwan, perhaps Dr. Kwan will have to comment a little bit about Korean's experience. And in Vietnam now is also is fast growing for the semiconductor industry and the boosting of the semiconductor. So I think in my view, for the academic sector, we would say that, as I just mentioned about the AI's question, how we help and reskill our talents, not only for science and technology, and to emerge to this AI age and information age. This is quite critical, and I think that's a responsibility for whole our higher education. It's not the concentration. The first step to diversify this concentration should start from the university. And about this interdisciplinary studies and programs, and we help students and we train our students to know more about the connection and application of the technology is also critical. Even for our law school, this is quite a good example for law school, how we train a lot of lawyers, tomorrow's lawyers, to know generative AI, but and also to to apply this technology into our legal industry. Yes. But for economy, I would say that the government probably do not so much, because as we, for all the speeches, we know that in southern Taiwan, we're building up a whole cluster focusing on semiconductors. But I think that's quite also boosting the economy and job opportunities. And I would say that because I was talked to the director from AAC, for their talent recruiting, it's not just focusing on science and technology, and for some like financing and law, it's quite. They also need these personnels and human resources. As long as the semiconductor is quite internationally connected. So I would say that Taiwan is moving toward this direction, and I will just give you a phrase. It's called just transition. A just transition, we use it in climate governance because many of our country has committed to net zero emission by 2050, including Taiwan. And we always focus on the just transition, because once we move toward the direction to net zero, it means that we will alter our energy from fossil fuels to renewables. And also the IoT and this cycle economy concept. So some of the people and some for some specific industry or jobs perhaps will be heavily influenced because of this transition. I would say that not just apply to the climate change, but also for the AI development and IT technology as well. So this just transition should be applied to many various sectors, including academy and industry. And about these financing policy is also critical, and subsidized from the government. It's also important to diversify this concentration. So I hope that I can answer a little bit to your question. Maybe I ask Professor Kwon about your career experience about this Dutch disease.
Yeah, Korean case is we are also focused on the manufacturing industry, not only in semiconductor but also in car industry and also other shipbuilding and other industry. But we are really focused on the manufacturing. But we want to transit to a service industry. But service industry is really difficult to transit, because I thought the system and culture, the academic culture, and also it's more, the United States is more stronger in service industry, because they have the different ecosystem, and the academic culture is also different. So yeah, the manufacturing, the future of manufacturing is really challenging. So as you mentioned, but one of the good signal is that, as you mentioned, that the fourth industrial revolution is very based on the AI and semiconductor and software and robot. So I think we choose one option, but the option looks like right, because the technological paradigm is really focused on that area. So some way it was a good choice. Yeah, but some way, as I mentioned, some creativity and new. The first mover is really important in the future. So, yeah, that is also challenging to our Korean industry, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Maybe I have one more comment for Dr. Kwon's, because speaking of the diversion, I think Korea also very successfully to move semiconductor to K-pop. we have already several times for our stadium is about 50,000. And it's all crowded. And just this weekend, we have this Asia Artist Award, 2 days in a row. So it means that 100,000 tickets are sold out in 10 minutes.
But the amount of money is not so big compared to other industry, the entertainment industry.
Is very good.
But the soft power is important. It's a kind of a spillover effect to the manufacturing industry. So that is also positive side, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I will have one more question to Dr. Dui. Yes, does the rice have the potential to be utilized for bioenergy or bioplastic or other similar to like corn? We have this potential, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, you know that traditionally farmers in Vietnam, or I think maybe in other countries, they use rice straw as for cooking. So it's already a long time ago using that as the bioenergy. And you asked about if they can use that bioplastic. You know that in rice straw, the main content is cellulose, hemicellulose, lignin. Those substances can be polymers, what we call, can use for the bioplastic, I think. And practically during when I presented my presentation, we talked about the option, the management option for rice straw in the Mekong Delta. We talked about using this for the mushroom, for the munching, for the feed, animal feed or organic fertilizers. But you know, there's some companies by the time they also come and they want to use, collect on the rice straw to produce what we call the energy bar, like for using like in Japan they use for the just kind of energy, bioenergy. So I think that one of those options is feasible. Yeah.
Yeah, I think rice is a lot of potentials. I mean, you miss about the wine. I like the wine. Yeah, and, you know, if you have a chance to visit Kaohsiung, and especially some of the mountainous areas, we have indigenous people, and they use wine to make very good wines. Yeah, and if you have good wine, you want to have a good wine, you have to have a good rice, right? Yes. Yeah, kind of like wheat. Yeah. It's very good. But I think maybe in Japan or in Taiwan, or maybe in Korea, we are in Vietnam or other Asian countries, the rice consuming percentage is decreasing now. It's decreasing now, especially in Japan. They have faced great challenges for the rice consuming because also Western dietary behaviors have altered a lot. So how we have find a new pathway for rice growing is also important, and also it's also important for food security. Yes, thank you. I think at the moment we just have one more question to. Oh yeah, okay, this one.
Sorry, I have a follow-up question from a professor from Vietnam. Actually, when you are talking about the alternative policy for the straw burning to do the alternative, that I have a question about how does the government promote the farmers in Vietnam to adopt the new forms instead of burning straws, and do the government just supply some subsidy, or is there any encouragement of the policies for the farmers? That's the question. And I also have the other question for Dr. Padmaja, and maybe I can just finish this too, because I'm students from Law College in the UK. So I was wondering, how does the AI just apply the system into the legal system? Like, how does the AI implement in the court in India, like, for example? These are the two questions that I want to ask. Thank you.
Dr. Tree would like to answer.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. And yes, so you are talking about the government policy incentive for the farmer, for them to adopt the new ways of rice straw management, right? So I said that there's several options for rice straw management that we promote for the farmers. You know, as long as the farmers, they feel that, you know, those options, they can get benefit from them, then they can apply it. And our role, the government roles, and some of the institutions like us, we come and teach the farmers, raising awareness about the environmental impacts of, you know, burning straw, rice straw, for instance, or if we provide the option for them, like we teach them how to mushroom from the rice straw that they're supposed to burn out, so they will apply that. And currently, you know, like before, I never think of like 10 years ago, the rice after harvesting, they just burn out. But now, if you want to get the rice, you have to buy it. $2 for a bunch of rice. So it's already have a market for that. So no more burning rice. So rice straw, sorry. So I think that like no financial incentive, but the thing is the awareness of different stakeholders. So in the project I'm working at, I just want to share with you that the new approach that we use when we teach a farmer changing their behaviors in rice straw management. So we identify different stakeholders involved in the rice production, like farmers, key stakeholders, and attention worker, the companies, the, you know, different traders, and we sit together and to see how. And we have several training for different, especially for the farmers, and we put what we want to see in the next few years, what their attitude will be changed, and we monitor that. You know, we have of course in our project it's the purely technical people, but we still have some social scientists go along during the project and documenting the behavior change of the farmers. And we can see very clearly how they change and what happened on the fields, and we can multiply from this project site to other project site. That is the new thing. Yeah. I don't know if I answered.
Thank you.
Yeah, your question is regarding law? Yeah. So actually, the law system in India or anywhere in the world may have, I think it is still having the bias, and it is not a transparent system. Sometimes innocents get punished, and the real culprits, they get bail. So till now, AI systems have not come into force because it has to be trained with a lot of huge amount of data, because law is very vast. So practically the AI agent has not come who can assist a judge, but by listening to both the parties, it can just assist the judge that what could be the decision, but final decision has to be taken by a judge only. So in future, if AI system will come for judgment, then it can give only the suggestions, but final decision will be taken by the judge. It won't replace a judge. It can assist the judge for a unbiased and transparent decision. I hope I'm clear. Thank you.
One last question to Manager Lin, but she's also have a important meeting in the afternoon, so she can able to come to the online. But I have to go through these questions, and I just talk briefly with her, so maybe I can answer a little bit for her and about ASE as well. The question is, what international collaboration opportunity exists for Taiwan's semiconductor industry regarding the green transition? Okay. Well, I think there's a lot that for Taiwan semiconductor could share their experience for the green transition. First of all, is they follow the nation's the roadmaps to net zero. That we have two pillars for our roadmap to net zero. That one is called digital transition, and secondly is about the energy and net zero emissions. So semiconductor as a pioneer industry, and as you say that because of this Dutch disease, so they have to take the lead for adhere to these two pillars. So for ASE, for example, they do a lot about the cycle economies. Most recently, they have collaborated with our university and shoe makers companies. They recycle some of residues or some of waste from the processing of a packaging and testing process, and then they use this as a raw materials to make the shoes. Yesterday on the news, if you noticed that the CEO, the chairman of TSMC, he wore that shoes. That is made by the collaboration between the shoemakers company and ASE and NUK. Yeah, so this is one of the examples that we can share and have this international collaboration. And secondly is the ASE as the first 100% recycle wastewater system, and it invests a lot on this. So even in the face of climate change and climate change challenges, they don't have to worry about the drought and about the lacking of the water resource anymore, because it's 100% on site recycle wastewater. So that's some experience that semiconductor could work with and share this experience to the world. Okay, so I would answer a little bit for this question. All right, so I think that we have go through the questions on the internet. Is there any question from our on-site audience or comments? Because we have also two professors as an audience, but probably we can to have some comments or to share their insights. Is that maybe from professor from India?
I hope you have discussed almost all points. And maybe in a few years, the AI may replace almost all jobs. So we have to say that AI should not replace us. It must be monitored by human being. That is my suggestion. So for that, we have to protect our job. So those things we have to try how to protect. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, One thing that this is something not to comment about what had the speakers, but an appreciation for inviting us. And of course, what I've learned about our virtual academic conference today, that as mentioned by Sir about AI, although they can really more knowledgeable than us, I hope that we can still be human and better than them in many aspects, like our emotions, feelings, those could not be replaced to AI. So I hope still, as human being, we can still remember that we're human and we're better than them in terms of emotion. Thank you.
I'd like to add one comment related to your answer. Recently, I participated in a research project that is agent interaction. The discussion is made by the agent. Yes. So that was the problem solving. Some administrative survey is overlapping or not. But the result was that even the discussion between the expert, the AI agent is better. Their discussion was right, yes, rather than the expert, because the human is they have their own prejudice and also some limited knowledge, but based on the discussion between the AI agent, the error is lower than the human. So it's really it's an amazing result. Yeah. So yeah, we have to consider that kind of cases. Thank you.
Is there any further questions from outside audience? Okay, if it's not, I would like to, because it's about time for our session, so I would like to have this a little bit concluding remarks. So on behalf of our president, Chen Qiren, once again, we'd like to give our greatest gratitude to all the speakers come all the way to Kaohsiung and to join us. This Asia Virtual Academy was started, I think it's in 2022 for the first time. It's during the pandemic. I think Dean Tri and me and Bicol University from Philippines and Tanjung Pulau University in Indonesia. These 4 universities formed this platform. And now as the Asia Virtual Academy has enlarged into 6 countries and 10 university platform. So I never thought that we can go this far. Yeah, because we have limited budgets, but we have transformed this Asia Virtual Academy from totally online to the hybrid fashion since 2023 after in the post-pandemic era. So we hope that this platform will continue to grow, and not just connecting the ASEAN state and India, but also for our partners in Northeast Asia, like Korea, like Hanwha University, that Professor Kwon. And last year, we also invite our partners from Ryukyu University in Japan. So I hope that this Asia Virtual Academy could be a platform, and we can do a lot of things. For example, like we can do it bilaterally or among our partners, and even to cooperate with some of other programs. And so once again, I would like to appreciate all our, of course, Dr. Lin is her endeavors as she is a new dean of our Office of International Affairs, and hopefully that she could do it again next year, and all our staff for their efforts. Okay, thank you very much, and I would say I will conclude this session and hope to see you next in 2026. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you all for participating in this discussion. We have had productive and inspiring topics discussed. This is the end of the conference. It is really an honor to have you all here. Thank you for your participation and time at National University of Kaohsiung. We sincerely hope that you enjoy the events today. Remember to bring your personal belongings with you before you go. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.